faced and didn't really look comfortable against any of them. So the ball doing a little bit. There's a little bit of cloud cover. We've got a sky of many colours above us at Worcester. There's blue and white and grey, but perhaps a little bit of moisture in the air. There was overnight rain, so a little bit of assistance perhaps for the bowlers, and they're using it really well at the moment.
Yeah, I came through some rain on the way up here this morning. Nothing heavy, fine drizzle, but maybe that has had an effect on the wicket, because the bowlers have been on top here, as there's a change of bowling from the Diglis end, and it's Singh. His first delivery is wide of off stump, not threatening. To Kumar, who let that go through to the keeper. Ekansh Singh played in the last, induced an edge here, bounced down to third. There's a single, but it was in the air. Did pretty well in the county championship for Kent against Northants, 49 and 27, back at 3. This time he's got the ball in hand with England, I'd say, on top at this stage.
Yeah, doing everything right so far, and if Singh can emulate the other 4, we could see all the overs bowled by seamers today. In this innings, at least. I'm sure India have, they showed on Saturday, they have a couple of spinners that can inflict damage. England, of course, have Ralphie Albert, who bowled very well, better than his figures suggest on Saturday. But at the moment there's a little bit in it for the seamers, a little bit of overhead, a little bit of moisture in the pitch perhaps, and they're giving the Indian batters plenty to think about. That's a beautiful cover drive though by Pangalia, who is off the mark with a gorgeous 4.
Very full in length, and he managed to squeeze that one out through the covers. Excellent timing. That'll settle the nerves. No matter how good you are, it's always good to get for Mark so far. Mahatre for 1, caught Morgan, bowled Furbank. Suryavanshi was the 3rd wicket to fall. He was out for 33 from 41, and Malhotra, off his 100 in the previous match, was out for 1, caught by the wicketkeeper Roux, bowled by the impressive Alex French. Visit Worcestershire New Road, bathed in sunshine, as Morgan begins his 4th over. Again, just continuing on that really good length. I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Sebastian Morgan so far. The speed gun saying around 77 miles an hour. He's not as tall as the other England seamers that we've seen, but he's bowled on a good length. Did a lot of bowling in the warm-up, and he's right on his straps here as it's back of a length and forcing Kumar to defend. He rehearses something slightly more aggressive. Thought about taking on that pulled shot. There is a man back at backward square. Fine leg. And third, where we saw Suryavanshi caught. So there is protection if Morgan does bang the ball in short. There's excellent running in the ring there. Pressure on as batters rotating that strike. It's important. And that's good running. The running and the intent to run from all the Indian batters today has been impressive.
It has. They do need to just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
So much of white ball cricket now is about boundary hitting as Morgan draws the outside half of the bat and it runs down to third, where I think that's Green doing the fielding, and there's another single. Yeah, it was so much boundary striking is at the forefront of white ball cricket now. All these strike rates are so impressive, but there's definitely still a place for being able to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard moving. Right on cue. There's another single in that ring, and there's an overthrow, and it's well saved on this boundary. Diving stop by Green to prevent that going for 4 overthrows. So,
but that's another tribute to the runners, isn't it? As you say, they're sharp and aggressive with their running, and that they got 3 because they put the fielder under pressure. The throw probably was irrelevant because it wasn't going to be a run out, was it? But it cost them 2 extra runs.
It was sharp work in the field by the fielder at mid-wicket, but not flying throw meant that India could get 2 overthrows, and solid block completes the over. India 72 for 3, having chosen to bat first.
17 overs have yielded just 4 sixes. So as you say, when the boundaries are not flying, that's when the batters need to keep scampering and keep those 1s and 2s coming along, and that's what India have done. But it's as we have a drinks interval, 17 overs gone. India two for 3 in this game really couldn't be more finely balanced. As we'll just take a 2-minute break like the players and resume when they resume.
team huddle for England during that drinks break. I'm sure they're fairly happy with their work so far. 3 wickets. The Indian captain Matre, Vaibhav Suryavanshi and Malhotra, the players out. 3 big wickets. As the opposite side of the ground to us, under the scoreboard, one of these schools that are in the ground there cheering as an England fielder makes their way out to that cover boundary. As Ekash Singh begins another over round the wicket. Turned into the leg side for a single to Kumar. Takes the score to 73 for 3. The sun bathing New Road. Fairly warm day. Fairly pleasant. Back of a length is guided down to third, and a misfield on the boundary there brings 4 runs. It was not short and wide by any means, but very controlled stroke from Pangalia, and he picks up his second boundary as the fielder sliding to his left fumbles the ball over the boundary rope. That's certainly not what England would have discussed during that drinks break. Short ball bunted into the leg side without much timing. Brings another single. Singh balls from round the wicket again, and this one's just left alone. Singh's 1.4 overs so far, 13 runs from his bowling. He's looked reasonably quick around the 80-mile-an-hour mark, but hasn't found his length and line quite like the other England bowlers, as this one's banged in short and it's signalled wide by the umpire.
Yes, wides have been an issue for England's bowlers during this series, particularly in the second and the fourth games. So far today they've been better in that regard, but they need Singh just to maintain the control that the other seamers have imposed. Very good work so far from the England seam attack. The sunshine that Matt described in the last over has deserted us briefly, which I don't think the bowlers will be too unhappy about. More cloud cover the better.
That's a much better line and length there from Singh. Draws Pangalia forward into a firm block. Back to the bowler. Completes his second over. India 80 for 3. Yeah, just a large fluffy cloud. It's obscuring the sun. There's a little bit of grey in there, but it doesn't look like it'll come to anything. Still a warm day. 20 degrees or so, as it looks like Alex Green's going to come back on for a change of ends.
Not surprised that Sebastian Morgan's come off. 4 overs, 1 for 8, bowled beautifully, and there's obviously a case for keeping some of those overs in the bank, but his bowling I thought maybe well enough to warrant another over or 2 from the New Road end.
I'd agree. As Green begins. A good length delivery that's driven firmly to mid-on. There's no run. Well, that pitter-patter of feet and the shortening of the strides that Frank described when he was bowling from the opposite end, still apparent in that first delivery as he strides in again. Big tall frame, and this one's up in the air, and man circling underneath it, deep backward square, and he takes the catch. It was full length delivery. Kumar, who's been fairly circumspect, looks to flick this away, and he looks at the toe end of his bat there. Maybe stuck in the pitch slightly, but the ball went high into the outfield. The fielder circled underneath it and took a fairly comfortable catch, which brings about the fall of the fourth Indian wicket. They're 80 for 4 now, and the change of ends has worked.
It has indeed. Ben Dawkins with a catch right down there on the rope. I think Kumar was hoping that he just got enough on it. It was over pitched and flicked down there towards the practice nets here at New Road, and Dawkins took a really good catch on the almost on the boundary. Just had to be aware that how close he was to the rope, concentrated hard, and that's a big wicket for England, because India were just starting to build another little partnership there, and it looked as though Kumar was going to play the anchor role, which they need someone to do for the rest of this innings. 80 for 4 now, and England have worked their way into the middle order with only 18 overs gone. They just keep picking up wickets.
Just every time that India look like they're going to try and progress the scoring rate forward, another wicket falls. Kanishk Chauhan, the new batter, scores of did not bat in the first game, 45, 43 not out, and 2. Aggregate of 90 runs, just over a run a ball in the series. His bowling's certainly been very impressive. He's joint leading wicket taker, but he's going to have a job to do with the bat, as Frank Watson is going to join Brian, and I'm going to take a step out.
Yes, Chauhan's had an effective series with bat and ball, and he's got some work to do today to try and stabilise this Indian innings. Thomas Rue's change of captaincy, change of bowling has worked well, and I think most of England's plans have come together in these first 18.5 overs. They've got the real danger man, Suryavanshi, who didn't quite flow today. 33 from 41 deliveries before slicing Sebastian Morgan to deep third man.
Yeah, they've bowled really well, haven't they, Brian? The England attack, generally, I think. Done a good job for their skipper, and I I'm guessing, of course, that I think the coaches will probably be they'll be pleased first of all, and they'll be no doubt using this in the future as an example of what happens when you stick to your guns and get the ball in the right areas, even if you're bowling at a side that's taken you apart a couple of times. It's a learning experience, and that's why, even though they've lost the series, they'll take valuable lessons from this game.
Yes, they were roughed up quite badly on Saturday, and they've hit back very well. Albeit with a slightly changed bowling attack. As a unit, they've hit back well. Against a very good side, it's certainly no disgrace to be 3-1 down in the series to this very talented India team. But England would love to make it 3-2. And at the moment, they're reasonably well placed to do so.
And from the Indian point of view, of course, opportunity for players who maybe haven't contributed as much as they might have done in the earlier games to do so, because the big gun's gone.
Yes, they need 2 or 3 good contributions to get to, I'm guessing 250 they might be from here, and to get there they're going to need somebody, a couple of players at least in the middle and lower orders to get half centuries. Plenty of time still, 31 overs remaining. It's been a good week for India. A resounding victory in the Test match at Edgbaston, and a series clinching win here at Worcester.
Yeah, it's interesting, they were criticised, weren't they, for their selection at Edgbaston on the first day, leaving out Bumrah, but there's plenty of depth in that squad, there's no doubt about that. Speaking of depth in squads, I think another thing the England coaching group will be happy about in this game is the fact that they've brought in these bowlers that didn't play on Saturday, and they've all done pretty well. Furbank, I mean, having conceded 12 in 2 deliveries in his second over, came back really well, I thought.
Yes, as you say, all the bowlers that have come in, and 4 of the 5 bowlers used didn't play on Saturday, and they've all done well, and perhaps the best bowler of them all is the one that did play on Saturday, and a little bit surprised, Frank, both Matt and I, that Sebastian Morgan came off. He was bowling so well, 4 overs, 1 for 8.
Yeah,
it was a case for maintaining that.
Yeah, I thought that, and I thought he bowled really well on Saturday as well. It might be a workload thing. It might be that he's played every game in the series, I think, and they might be a little bit concerned about workload. Still quite young, still developing physically, these lads. Although that is a strange thing to say about a bowler as big as Green, who bowls now. I'm still concerned personally about Green's run-up as I watch him from this end, the New Road end, as well as from the Diglis end. I think he gets into his stride quite nicely in his run-up, and then slows down and shortens his stride in the last 5 or 6 strides before he hits the crease, and I think he's losing quite a bit of rhythm and momentum. But there'll be lots of coaches at county and national level that are watching him, probably dealing with that. And he beats the bat here. He's a big lad, he's got all the attributes to bowl at high pace, you would have thought, but rhythm, the indefinable X factor, is probably the key. There's also a noticeably palpable purpose about England in the field today, Brian, isn't there? More so than Saturday, and especially since Suryavanshi was dismissed.
Yeah, I think
they're on it, you could say.
When both of your opening bowlers take a wicket in their first over, that gives you a bit of buzz, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Galvanises everybody a little further. Yeah. It's been impressive work from England. Potentially, we shouldn't call him the great Suryavanshi, he should be at 14, but the potentially great Suryavanshi hinted at delivering another masterclass, didn't he, when he lifted those two offside sixes in a row from Furbank, but it never really flowed today. There were one or two false shots in there. In the end, there was an element of frustration. 33 from 42 balls before lifting Morgan to third man.
Single taken there that's probably completed more easily than it should have been, because Alex French just let the ball come to him at mid-off rather than attacking it. But it's those are the things that these youngsters pick up so quickly when they break into the first team at their various counties. French is a Surrey player. You cannot allow that to happen. You've got to be absolutely on it. I think fielding is one of the things that they're all good fielders, these lads, but when they get into the first team it improves so quickly. Nothing wrong with Green's line though. He's bowled a good line generally, just one wide, nearing the end of his fourth over, 1 for 13. Former Worcestershire captain and England operations manager Phil Neal, now president of the club, has a wander past our commentary pod here. 58 overseas tours with England, I think, Phil Neal, in his role as operations manager, and he only lost one bag. Single taken off the last ball of the over.
And a very accomplished fullback for Lincoln City.
Indeed. I think the fourth highest number of appearances for Lincoln City, and the last really of the proper footballer cricketers, professionals who played both sports in their careers, and Phil, the last of them really. I think once he had to play cricket and football on the same day. There were a few in county cricket in those days, but not anymore. One game or the other now. You can't really play both to a high level. Another wide here. But there have been a few here at Worcestershire County Cricket Club over the years that played football at the high level and cricket. Phil Neal was one of them. There was Jim Standen, seam bowler, who topped the national bowling averages in 1964 and also played in an FA Cup winning team for West Ham and the European Cup Winners' Cup winning team the following year. And another goalkeeper, Jim Coombs, who also played for Warwickshire, played in goal for Aston Villa and West Bromwich Albion. Seam bowler, went on to be chief executive of Lancashire, I think, at one stage. And Ted Hemsley played here in the Championship side in at one stage, and played for Sheffield United in the old First Division. A slower ball from Singh deceives the batsman. Done really well here, England. India 87 for 4, and we're in the 22nd over. So the run rate is just 4, but Suryavanshi responsible for a fair bit of that early on, and since he's been out, he was out in the 15th over. They've added only 27 since then, so that run rate has dipped. And as I say that, a boundary is conceded. Singh drops short, and Chowan swivels him round to with a sort of hook shot down to long leg. 91 for 4.
Yeah, first boundary for some time. The discipline of the bowling has been impressive. I wonder if we will see some spin at some point soon. Ralphie Albert provides that option. No Taz Ali today. The Warwickshire spinner did somewhat bear the brunt of the assault by Surya Vanchi on Saturday.
Ralphie Albert bowled well, didn't he, on Saturday? In 3 separate spells, I think, from memory. Oh, almost a catch here into the gully. Diving attempt from Joe Moores, I think, unable to get a hand on it.
Pangalia is an interesting player, I think, Frank. He has been a little bit scratchy, but I just get the feeling that there might be something quite dangerous about him as a batter. Clearly he can hit the ball, 100 off 50 balls in the warm-up game at Loughborough.
And of course he was at first ball on Saturday.
He was.
Interesting contrast between Singh and Green in terms of run-up. Singh's run-up long striding and rhythmical and accelerating into the crease. Green, as I was saying, long striding and then slowing down, and his strides become shorter as he actually gets to the crease. I never think that gives the bowler the best opportunity to explode through his action. But his figures are good. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14 so far for the big man from Leicestershire. And in now. And a dot to start his 5th over. Good running. Push that on the onside and quickly through for 1. It's important, if the bowling is tight and your boundary options are restricted, that you keep the scoreboard ticking over. Different feel to it though when Surya Vanchi was dismissed, Brian. Growing confidence amongst the fielding team, and a bit more work to do for the batters.
Yes, India have the series tied up, of course, 3-1 up. This is the last game, so in that sense the pressure is off. But I'm sure that is not a factor in England's control so far today. They've just bowled very well and capitalised on decent bowling conditions. I think it's a good pitch, by no means massively bowler friendly, but there's a bit in it for seamers. Again, beautifully bowled, goes past Mangalia's outside edge. Ayush Matri's unproductive series continued to the end today, out for one, caught at mid-on off Furbank. Both England opening bowlers striking in their first over, then the huge blow of Vihan Malhotra caught behind. Really good delivery from Alex French, and India were 9 for 2, and since then England have been on top.
Yeah, they have, and they've. I think the opposite of what we saw on Saturday is, well, it's probably obvious to say it, but we saw on Saturday bowlers running up with trepidation and worried about where they were going to get hit to, understandably. And today we've seen them run up under less pressure with confidence, and they're hitting good areas and going past the bat quite frequently. And the fielding's been sharp.
Just 2 from that over. Another good solid over. There were a few 4 balls as well on Saturday, weren't there? I mean, because of probably because of the pressure they were
exactly
under.
What I mean. Yeah, that's
It's been very tidy today, and that, as you say, it all comes down. Well, a lot of it comes down to the state of the game, doesn't it? On Saturday, England's bowlers were so under the cosh with 2 century makers coming at them hard.
Yeah.
But today, it's the England bowlers that have set the tone. They created the pressure, turned it back on the batters, and India have got to find a way to turn that back again.
Yeah. Just seeing a few comments on the live chat saying, "Is it going to rain?" No, it's not going to rain. Don't bank on that. I don't think we're going to have any rain here today. It's a lovely day here in the West Midlands of England. Bit of cloud around, plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine. Not too warm. It's perfect temperature for playing cricket and watching cricket. Another wide from Singh. That's the 12th of the innings. England were guilty on Saturday of delivering 27 wides. Not all of them individual wides. I think one went for 4. India bowled only 4, and that was a big difference. Discipline of the bowling. They've been better today, England, as we've said, but still a little bit profligate in that area. Single taken, the push through the covers by Chowan.
Well, it's looking as though England will face a much more realistic and manageable target today, and that will be music to the ears of their batters, because when you're chasing 360 you're under pressure very soon, aren't you?
Yeah.
But it looks like England's bowlers are going to earn their batters a bit less pressure, unless there is something in the Indian locker in the second half of this innings. Pangalia certainly has got that potential. Chowan has had a very effective series with bat and ball, so England are by no means through, but they've done a lot of good work so far.
Decent over from Singh in his 5th over. Conceded 27 so far. First game in the series for him, I think, Singh.
Yep.
There's his pace quite nicely. Good slower ball there. These days, if you're a medium pace bowler in white ball cricket, if you're not capable of high pace, you've got to have a few tricks. You've got to have a few variations. Looks like that kind of bowler to me.
be looking to do some damage with the bat later on, of course. Top order batter as well, so it's in his interests to keep a lid on this Indian scoring and make his life easier later on. 97 for 4, Chowan 9, Pangalia 17. They went out Suryavanshi 33 from 41 balls, positively dilatory by his standards. Matre 1, Malhotra 1, Kumar 21. And the England bowlers collectively tidy, maintaining the pressure. Alex Green 1 for 16 from his first 5 overs.
Got his line absolutely right, Green. I suggest in the last 2 or 3 overs. He's making the batsman play almost all the time, hitting the deck quite hard, and not easing the pressure.
I think he offered the batter 1 or 2 thoughts after that particular delivery. In which language, who knows?
Well, next ball is a bit too full and just steered gently out on the offside for a single. Neither Chowan nor Pangalia has yet tried anything extravagant. Chowan has 10 from 20 deliveries. Pangalia 17 from 30.
Still 25.5 overs left in the innings, so
Yeah.
perhaps they'll just continue to tick over for the next 4 or 5.
Yeah, I would imagine that'll be the plan. No need to do anything drastic. It's the 50 over format brings back that old adage, which is a cliche, but a cliche like many cliches because it makes sense, which is you can score an awful lot of runs off the last 10 overs if you've still got 5 wickets in hand.
Indeed.
You can't do it if you've only got 2 wickets in hand. So they can just tick along for another 10, 15, maybe even 20. And then, if they've got wickets in hand, they could score 100 off the last 10, for all we know.
Indeed. I remember a couple of years ago speaking to Kumar Sangakkara about, and he was talking about T20 batting and saying it's surprising how much time you've got even in a T20 innings. There's no need to go crazy in the opening overs, although if you do it comes off great, but if early wickets fall there is still a bit of time.
Yeah, that's definitely a discussion I've had this year with regard to Worcestershire's games in the Vitality Blast, as Green gets his line wrong this time, and it is a wide. That if you go too hard too early, you find yourself in a position, and Worcestershire twice this year have been bowled out without using up their 20 overs. You find yourselves in a position where, when you need, when you ideally want to capitalise, the field is spread, last few overs, ball getting a bit softer, you just can't because you've got so many wickets down. And I agree with Kumar Sangakkara, but I think this year I've seen, particularly, not just in Worcestershire games, but a lot of the games that I've watched on television as well, that I think this year there seems to be a feeling that, whether it's come from Bazball and people seeing that the test played in that way, but there seems to be a feeling that you just go hard right from the start and just keep going hard all the way through. And as you say, when it pays off, you end up with a really big score. But I reckon on on the 2 or 3 occasions in 5 where it doesn't pay off, you end up below par, and a long way below par sometimes.
And also chasing, I think, sometimes. I did this A team at Edgbaston, it might have been the Rapids this season actually, were chasing a relatively modest target, and they went about it as though they had to get it in 10 overs.
It was the Bears chasing
Was
the
it,
Rapids
yeah.
total. Yeah, they ended up 9 down, chasing 120.
That's right,
Yeah.
and you're thinking, that's it. There's just no need to go at top gear.
Yeah. Ralphie Albert coming into the attack at the Diglis end, and Matt Howes coming into the attack here at the Diglis end as well. Actually, he's going to be at the New Red end. I'm going to shift to the Diglis end. So Ralphie Albert into the attack at the Diglis end. Starts with a dot. Bowled pretty well on Saturday. His figures probably, we didn't think here in the commentary pod, did him justice on Saturday. 10 overs, no mains, no wicket for 71, but he bowled in 3 different spells at different times in the innings, and I thought he bowled pretty well. The left arm spinner. And dropped onto a nice length straight away here. You seen him before, Matt?
Only on the live stream last game on Saturday. So yeah, my first look in person.
Nice shape, nice action. I think very easy, very repeatable.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much that can go wrong here in terms of its approach to the crease, and very classical action, I'd say.
Oh, that's a good shot though from Pangalia. Has been very watchful, the Indian wicketkeeper batsman, but down on one knee here and slapping that one away to the square leg boundary. And it takes India to 106 for 4.
Yeah, it was a really well played sweep shot, classic, straight from the textbook. Be interesting to see how India play against the spinners. This is the first time we've seen spin today, as that ball's short and dragged into the leg side by Pangalia. It's just a single.
Well, he has scored at so Ralphie Albert into the attack at the Diglis end. Starts with a dot. Bowled pretty well on Saturday. His figures probably, we didn't think here in the commentary pod, did him justice on Saturday. 10 overs, no mains, no wicket for 71, but he bowled in 3 different spells at different times in the innings, around how best to accommodate the different competitions. Around how best to accommodate the different competitions. Around how best to accommodate the different competitions. and the One Day Cup, as we call it, the 50 over white ball competition, has been pushed into a competition really with the 100, and so with several big players missing from a lot of counties, it means that the One Day Cup has presented opportunities for the youngsters, such as the lads we're seeing today, to come into their first teams and get some experience. Morgan continues to bowl beautifully in this over, just a single so far. In fact, there's a meeting, an online meeting this week, I think, for Worcestershire members here, because that's the other thing. A lot of these counties are members' clubs still, so the members get to vote on relevant issues. This one's chipped away uppishly on the onside just for a single. And there's an online meeting this week of Worcestershire members to discuss the 5 proposals that have been put forward by the ECB about how the scheduling might change next season. It's all to do with how many teams in how many groups in the T20 and that kind of thing. Very complicated. Morgan is in, and this one is steered down to third man for a single. Another good over, 111 for 4 at the end of it. My feeling is lazy, in that I tend to feel, well, nobody's going to take any notice of what I think, so I'll just wait until they tell me what's going to happen next year, and then get my diary out and try and arrange it accordingly. I do have feelings about it, but I don't really feel that my view is going to change anything. That might be a bit cynical and a bit negative, but there it is. I'm too old to worry about cricket scheduling. That just get what I'm given and get on with it. There's only so much room, though. The one thing I will say is there's only so much room in my brain for cricket, and it's played a huge part in my life ever since I was a teenager. Probably far too huge a part, my wife would say, but I can't fit everything in now. I watch all Worcestershire's games, home and away, and that's the priority, whatever the competition. Single here. Albert bowls nicely and just pushed away on the offside. England continue to go about their work very purposefully this morning.
That's well flighted by Albert. There's some nice dip on that, almost drawing Chauhan forward and beating him in the flight.
Late adjustment from the batter.
Yeah, he did well with his wrist to open that out and hit that ball slightly squarer so that he could access a gap in the field and pick up a single.
Sweep shot, and he's given. Sweeping at that one, Pangalia. Quicker ball, I think. He can't believe it, and he's actually shown his dismay quite clearly to the umpire, David Milnes. Just watching the replay now, and yeah, that's there's no question about that shot at all, I'm afraid. It's pitched in line, he's swept it, he's missed it, dead straight, and despite his apparent disgust at the decision, I think we're right to say that David Milnes has got that one absolutely right, and Ralphie Albert picked up his first wicket, and it was with a nicely flighted delivery, and India are 112 for 5. But just going back to the scheduling and all that, there's only, as I say, there's only so much cricket you can fit into a year, and there's only so much cricket you can fit into a brain, I think, and it means that I follow Worcestershire, I follow a league club quite closely, and keep an eye on the other competitors in the competitions and games that I'm commentating on, and there's a test match every now and again, and I sort of follow that, but not as close as I used to. I've lost touch a bit with the IPL and the Big Bash and that kind. I just can't fit it all in. There's just too much cricket. So unless there's a player playing in the 100 who I have a particular interest in, I probably don't watch a great deal of that either. And then the football season starts, and Matt, we have to worry and I'm pleased to say we worry about the same team as Ralphie Albert comes in and bowls the first ball to the new batsman Ambrish, who plays out on the onside. And regular listeners to my commentaries on Worcestershire have no doubt about my allegiance in football, because I mention it at least once a day.
That bit.
And I'm pleased to say that Matthew alongside me supports the same team as I do, and that's a coincidence. Well, it's not. I only have colleagues who support Norwich City, but yeah, we're very excited because we think they are announcing a big signing today. Anyway, enough of that. Ralphie Albert, having picked up a wicket, is in to bowl to Ambrish, who's off the mark, pushing this out on the offside. And they take a single. The end of a successful over for Ralphie Albert. Well bowled, the young man. India, for the first time really in this series, I think, in a bit of trouble at 113 for 5 after 28 overs.
I wouldn't say this pitch is playing like an old school 50 over wicket where 4 and over. There's been a little bit in it for the bowlers. Certainly the seamers early on, French and Furbank bowled excellently and very disciplined in their line and length, and got the ball to move away. So I'm sure you can hear the wind picking up through the microphones. But yeah, India are on the back foot here.
Yeah, it's an interesting comment that about the pitch and the white ball, because I've watched all the cricket that's been played at New Road here this year with red and white ball, and in Vitality Blast games here, a par score in the T20 is probably about 160, 170 maybe. If you get more than that at New Road in a T20 these days, you're doing pretty well. And there's a big one coming up here on Friday night, sellout for the Pairs against the Bears, Worcestershire against the Birmingham Bears here, or Worcestershire against Warwickshire in old money on Friday night. And 160, 170 is a par score in a T20 here in the last couple of years. Have occasionally been scores in excess of that. Whereas if you go to Trent Bridge or Edgbaston, you might be expecting 200 plus. Headingley the other night, Yorkshire got 230 against Worcestershire. Not here, not often anyway. So I reckon we might have been flattered by Suryavanchi's assault on Saturday, and indeed by England's response, in which Rocky Flintoff made 100 and 2 scores of over 300 in 50 over cricket. Might have been a little bit above par. So if England restrict India, as they are doing at the moment, and Morgan has started Yorkshire got 230 in England's response, in which Rocky Flintoff made 100 and 2 scores of over 300 in 50 over cricket. Might have been a little bit above par. So if England restrict India, as they are doing at the moment, and Morgan has started England 50 over and lenders who have no idea.
The expectations of modern white ball cricket is that even your number 10 and 11 need to have the ability to hit boundaries, or at least keep the ball out. As a single off the final ball's run down to third. And you're 117 for 5 from 29 overs.
Yeah, another good over from Morgan. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. His figure's really tidy. Let's get away from Rob Jones, the Worcestershire batsman, who's down there having a chat to one of the England lads, who I think is probably a former club mate up at Lancashire when Rob Jones was up there. The other bowling figures: French 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18, really good at the start. Furbank 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Green 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Singh 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. And Ralphie Albert about to start his 3rd over, 1 for 9 so far. He's in now and he bowls, and that is driven by Ambush up to long on. And they pick up a single, and lovely little scene being played out in front of us where the young man who's playing for England in this game is signing autographs. He's one of the players who's not out there in the middle, he's on the bench as a single is taken. And Rob Jones, far more seasoned and illustrious cricketer, has not been recognised by any of the young men, and he's just standing back and allowing the young man to take the limelight in typical Rob Jones fashion. A lovely little scene as Albert bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside and there's no run. 119 for 5. I heard a great story, Matt, which I'll relate because people will probably enjoy hearing it, about autograph hunting recently, when I was told about, I can't remember even who told, I think it was Jeff Miller might have told the story about an England tour where they were in Barbados and they were on the beach. There's Albert bowls and there's a sweep away for a single, and Ian Botham was in the sea, just a few yards from the edge of the beach, and just paddling really, and Mick Jagger was with him. Mick Jagger was out in Barbados or wherever it was to watch the test match. He was a great cricket fan, famously. There's Albert bowls driven back to him, and Mick Jagger was with Ian Botham, and Mick Jagger was sitting in the surf at the very edge of the sea, and Botham was a few yards further out, and a man came walking down the beach. That's the end of the over, by the way. 120 for 5 off 30. A man came walking down the beach who was wearing a Rolling Stones t-shirt. You know those t-shirts with a big picture of Mick Jagger's lips on, I think,
yes,
and the sun coming through, the famous emblem. And he came into the it was Jack Home that he was talking to, I beg your pardon, Worcestershire Jack Home talking to Rob Jones. Anyway, so this man wearing the Rolling Stones t-shirt saw Botham. There's obviously an England cricket fan who was in Barbados watching the test match. It was Jack Home that he was talking to, I beg your pardon, Worcestershire Jack Home talking to Rob Jones. Anyway, so this man wearing the Rolling Stones t-shirt saw Botham. There's obviously an England cricket fan who was in Barbados watching the test match. saw both of them in the surf and immediately made a beeline for him and pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and a pen or whatever and said, "Can you sign this?" And Ian Botham obliged. It's true, honestly. I think I believe it anyway. Ian Botham signed this chap's piece of paper, and there's a change in the bowling, by the way, and we've got Alex French back into the attack. He bowled really well before. First ball goes for a single, and Ian Botham said to this chap wearing the Rolling Stones t-shirt, "What about him? Would you like him to sign as well?" And this chap said, "Are you a cricketer?" And Mick Jagger said no, and he said, "No, I'm not interested then." And he walked away up the beach, which was I just love that. Imagine that happening. So there we are. And I believe that it's a true story. If not, it should be, shouldn't it? French in again from the Neurodem bowls, and this one is jabbed down to third man, and he's got enough pace on it, and he's timed it well enough to pick up a boundary. So 4 welcome runs for India, who've been a little bit becalmed, and Chowan, who, dare I say it, probably holds a bit of responsibility at the moment if they're going to get up to a decent score. Moves on to 21. It's 129 for 5.
Wonderful timing. Like you said, just sort of dropped the bat on it and raced away down there towards the cathedral.
125 for 5, I beg your pardon. French back on his length. This one played back to him.
I like what I've seen so far of Chauhan with the bat. He looks very compact. He's certainly, there's no lavish movement. Everything's fairly orthodox. But he's timed the ball well, dealt with any short balls that have gone his way. As he deals with another back of the length ball there.
Our effects mic is very effective at picking up the wind, isn't it? And I've just turned it off for a moment. I've just lowered it now to see if it might still pick up the sound of the ball on the bat and the crowd, but maybe not quite so much the breeze.
The trees opposite us aren't blowing too much, so there is a little breeze obviously blowing towards us here and in the commentary box.
It's a lovely day though.
It is
a perfect day actually. Sometimes that Basil d'Oliveira stand away to our right as we look across the ground is a sun trap, and I worry about spectators sitting there sometimes. They're not undercover, they don't perhaps have sufficient protection from the sun, but today the sun isn't too strong and it's very pleasant temperature. French round the wicket bowls, and nicely played by Ambrish down to third man for a single. They've all looked, dare I say it, at the end of the over, 127 for 5, they've all looked, the Indian batsmen so far, and you'd expect it at this level, but a phrase that is often used by coaches, they've all looked well organised, and what I mean by that is they know their games, they've got basically good techniques, and most of the shapes that they take up are correct, and what I mean by that is they play the right shot to the right ball. In other words, if it's outside off stump and it's short, they're looking to cut it. If it's full and it's on off stump, they're looking to play it up towards mid off or extra cover.
Yeah, there's no idiosyncrasies in there.
And there may be in the shorter format, and there may be in the later overs, but generally speaking, as we see here as Albert bowls and Ambrish drives him up to long on, generally speaking, the ball bowled in a particular area receives the response that it should from the batter.
Now, I certainly don't want to take differing techniques out of the game, but there's no Rory Burns, for example, Surrey and former England opener, with lots of moving parts and things that can get out of sync, and you can go through runs as a batter where when things aren't quite working, you do look horribly out of form. All these Indian batters, very technically sound.
Yeah. you can develop on top of a good technique, and it's hard to put a good technique into place if you've already developed habits that don't lend themselves to good cricket. This one driven into the ground and half stopped by the bowler off his own bowling, but they get a single. He's been tidy, Ralphie Albert, so far, very tidy, and he's halfway through his, just over halfway through his 4th over, 1 for 13 so far.
Slight adjustment in the field here as he moves mid-wicket onto the boundary, and substitute fielder Home moves round behind square.
This one played nicely by Ambrish off the bat. He is looking very well organised at the moment, and he goes on to 10. 130 for 5. Imagine, Matt, I'm going to throw you an imaginary scenario here.
That's well fielded there.
Imagine being 14 years old and having such pull in the world of cricket that a live stream is showing a game that you're playing in, and there are 27,000 people watching it, and when you're dismissed the audience drops by 16,000.
He certainly has some pull, doesn't he?
16,000 viewers fewer now than when Suryavanshi was batting.
He is,
for whatever reason that is. It's an amazing stat.
He's certainly shot to global fame in the cricketing world.
Yeah.
He's a name on everyone's lips, and that 80 from 30 balls at Northampton in the 3rd match certainly got tongues wagging, and what you witnessed on Saturday was even more special.
Yeah. Nice shot here from Ambrish, but down into the ground and well fielded in the gully. And there's no addition.
Such a feature now of white ball cricket, and you see Joe Root, Kane Williamson, the top players in Test match, just being able to take those good length balls and run them down to 3rd. That's
a really good delivery and a super take by Thomas Roux, diving away to his right. French showed the ability to do this a bit this morning in a very good opening spell, and
that's nipped back a long way.
This one has nipped back a heck round over the stumps really, I think, and died on Roux. A really good take by Thomas Roux, one-handed low to his right ankle.
And there is that shot I was talking about, as French bowls back of the length, and Ambrish just rides the bounce down to 3rd, picks up a single in the 131 for 5. And there's no run. I've been impressed with French. He's
bowled really well, hasn't he?
He's got strong action. Looks fairly repetitive, or repeatable, shall I say.
Lots of school children in the ground today, I'm pleased to say, watching these young internationals.
Excellent hand in the field there at mid-wicket. It's a short ball that Chauhan looked to whip away. The diving stop saved 3 runs there, I think.
Furbank, I think.
Yeah, he's a man without a name or a number on his shirt.
A man with no name.
Doesn't help for identifying him here.
It helps that he's 7 feet tall. isn't he, Ambrish?
Yeah, he plays the ball so late. It's been a feature of his innings so far as he moves to 12. Plays the ball under his eyes. Yeah, 133 for 5 from 33 overs, just 17 overs remaining. The old adage of double the score from 30 overs. I'm sure India will be hoping for a few more than that.
Yeah, not always easy to do that when you're 5 down, is it? I think we were talking about this before, Brian and I. It's you could score an awful lot of runs off the last 7 or 8 overs if you've got 6 or 7 wickets in hand, but if you're 7 wickets down, not so easy for the batsman to play with the freedom required to do that.
Yeah, another couple of wickets here for England, and they can really restrict the total that India can score.
Lovely shot.
Lovely. That's timed so well. Wristy flick straight down the ground. A little bit of a holding pattern at the minute. India looking to accumulate singles. 4 for 6, and they're going to take drinks.
And Chowan, I mean, played pretty carefully and watchfully for 40 odd deliveries. Kind of chucked it away, I have to say. And you look at the scorecard, and after the first 2 early wickets, 33, 21, 24, 24 tells India getting people in, but they're failing to go on, and it's great credit to the England bowlers. And Ralphie Albert picks up his 2nd wicket. Lovely bit of bowling. 2 for 16 for him. 134 for 6. And India failing to capitalise individually, as it were, on several pretty good starts, and even more responsibility, I would suggest, now on Ambrish, as he is joined by Divesh Devendran, and Matt Howes will be joined by Brian Halford.
It's a really big wicket at this stage. Just talking about India looking to set themselves up for those final 10 overs or so, really look to accelerate the score, but England's bowlers just keep fighting back. Ralphie Albert excellently bowled that delivery, drawing Chauhan down the pitch. And a little bit of spin away from the right-hander was enough to beat the edge, and Thomas Roux did the rest, a simple stumping. England can really restrict India if they can continue picking up these wickets. 134 for 6, 17 overs to go. Another one here, and really into the bowlers. And game's on a bit of a knife edge here for India. Of course, they've won the series so far, but Albertson again, spot on, drawing Devendra forwards. This wraps him on the pad, sliding down. There's no appeal from the bowlers, and completes another successful over. Ralphie Albert now with figures of 2 for 16 from 6. Brian's rejoined me. What have you made of that little passage of play?
Well, it's strong cricket, isn't it, from England? For batters have got past 20, but nobody's really seized control, and that's such a sea change from previous games in this series, notably the one on Saturday where batters were totally in control. Whether there's a slight loss of intensity about the Indian batting with the series clinched, I don't know. Possibly not. They've just been compressed and oppressed by really good bowling from the seamers, and now, as much as anybody, by the spin of Ralphie Albert, who's done well in this series and is doing a great job today.
French draws a flashing blade from Ambrish. It was short. He was looking to flay that over backward point 4, but it was too quick for him. French into his 8th over, 1 for 28 so far. As Frank was saying, you look down the scorecard, plenty of Indian batters have got in. This is again short. Dropped his toes and there's no run. Plenty of Indian batters have got in. No one's gone on. Surivanshi 33, Kumar 21, Pangalia 24, Chauhan 24, and Ambrish is on 13. In much better place if any of those could have kicked on and continued their innings. As this one keeps a little low, it's back of a length again.
Full credit to the England bowlers for bowling so well as a unit. Just needs one bowler to release the pressure.
This is short. It's cut out in front of us where Sebastian Morgan does the fielding. He's quickly round there to his left. Yeah, it's been a very disciplined bowling display so far from England. All of the bowlers have been really at it when it comes to their line and lengths. There's been very few loose deliveries that have eased the pressure. This is a big appeal as it hits him on the pad, and it's another wicket. Deepesh Devendra is out for a duck. French has his second. India are 7 down. And they are in a whole host of trouble here. 135 for 7. Deepesh Devendra didn't look too happy with that decision, but he didn't get a big stride in. It wrapped him on the pads, and yet to see a replay. But it looked a good shout first up.
As soon as the ball had struck the pad, the batter was taking a step away back to outside the line of off stumps, and when a batter gets out of the way quite quickly, it's often a sign that he's a little bit worried. And sure enough, the finger went up, and India 135 for 7, and another really big blow struck by England. The India lower order is going to have to come up with something special to give their bowlers anything to bowl at here. Minimum of 200, you would think. I mean, the pitch is giving a little bit of assistance, and the conditions, the overheads, it's not by any means easy batting, but India will want 200 at least.
Yeah, it certainly is. French completes this over with a dot ball. Just the one from it and that wicket, so that's back-to-back overs now where just a single's been scored and a wicket taken. England really are in the box seat now, you have to imagine. 15 overs to go. 3 Indian wickets to take. Just 135 on the board. Albert's going to continue his spell from the digless end. Ambush forward in fence. It's an untested lower order for India. The top order has been doing the bulk of the run scoring throughout this series, so maybe a little lack of match action. Let's see how they negotiate these last 14 and a bit overs. If you're right there, Brian, what would your plan be?
With the bat?
Yeah, with the bat.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because only three wickets left. You want to make sure that you use up the 15 overs, don't you? So you wouldn't want to be too gung-ho and be all out with 8 or 9 overs to go. It's a tricky balance to strike, isn't it? So there's a case for not going too aggressive.
Albert drew the edge off that previous delivery that ran down and picked up 2 runs and was back on his dot ball.
I guess if India are looking at maybe 200 as probably the maximum of their ambition now, so if they were to bat the rest of the 15 overs, they just need 4 or 5 and over.
Punched into the leg side here, fielded in front of us by Mays. It's another single.
On the other hand, you may suggest that someone should have a go and they could score 40 in 20 overs, and if they get away with it, then that can turn the game round again, or it can certainly transform the innings. So what would you do? Attack?
I'm very much in the camp of trying to play positively, but like you say, if a lot rests on Ambush here. If he was to go on the attack and get out, then India might limp to 160, 170, and then you really are up against it. So it's a fine balancing act. I'm sure Ambush will keep his powder dry for the next maybe 5 or 6 overs, see if he can get some support from the lower order, then go on the assault in the final few. So Albert completed his over.
And from England's perspective, it's really just to carry on what they're doing, isn't it? Not that they're bowled with a lot of accuracy and a lot of discipline today. Very few 4 balls. The batsmen have had to take risks.
Oh, as French draws the edge from Ambrose and inside edge beats the diving Roux and runs away for 4. Another excellent delivery. He's round the wicket at the start of his 9th over. Again, it's still movement. This comes back from outside off stump quite a long way and draws the inside edge.
83 miles an hour, a brisk delivery. Of course, the India seamers will be looking at that and thinking, well, this might be fun to bowl on, so they're still very much in the game.
There's certainly enough in it still if we're into the 37th over and the ball's still deviating off the seam, off the wicket. Yeah, the England bowlers, there's certainly no need to go, as we get towards the back end of this, go to their change-ups, go to their slower balls, or try and bowl Yorkers. Length deliveries, just consistent line and length has been enough so far, and it's probably enough for this lower order as well, as Ambush cuts the ball out to the boundary in front of us at cover and picks up another single. There's a flock of children, autograph hunt in front of us. It looks like Tazim Ali is the latest recipient of attention.
And Sebastian Morgan fielding a deep extra cover there, has just signed a few. And just noticed him ask one of the little boys, are you having a good day? Oh, how lovely of Sebastian. That's really nice to see sports stars giving the youngsters a real thrill there.
Yeah, this is what, for me, this is about days like today. Future stars, future internationals, being able to spend time with a young crowd, lots of schools in today, being able to provide those memories. I remember as a child those moments where you meet the players, things that stay with you. I remember I went to a game at, it was an outground, Southend. Saw Leicestershire against Essex a long time ago. Tamal Mills was still playing for Essex back then, playing the Red Bull game, and meeting James Foster. He was signing autographs for us at the end of play. It's always stuck with me. So this one's flicked away for Ford. Off the pad, it was poor delivery by French. It was full. I think he was trying to bowl that a magic in-swinging Yorker, but just lost the line slightly and goes away for 4. 147 for 7.
Yeah, it's a lovely connection, isn't it, between sports stars and their audience when a simple thing as a signature. And I thought it was really wonderful to see Rocky Flintoff. There's two things. If I was Rocky Flintoff's friend or relation, I'd be very proud of him. Firstly, for the way he batted on Saturday, a lovely century, but also then afterwards he came down and signed autographs and was absolutely charming with all the children that wanted to get his signature, and that was lovely to see.
Yeah, different sport, but my Ralphie Albert beats the defensive push of Ambush there. Yeah, different sport, but one of my friends, his two boys play rugby, and they met Bath and I think he's played for England, Tom Dunn, and they came along and spent some time with their club. And the group chat apparently was alive for weeks afterwards as the children were recounting their meeting with Tom Dunn. So I'm sure many of these children in front of us right now, as they continue to gather autographs, will be telling their parents and friends all about it, about my day at the cricket.
And who knows, it might be planting a seed for one of them to be a very fine cricketer and signing autographs themselves one day. So
that's certainly the hope, as Albert continues his economical display here. 4 balls in the over gone, no runs so far. So that it's pushed to long on, and there is a single. 2 for 20, his figures so far, 1 ball shy of 7 overs. I've been really impressed. His excellent control of his line and length. There's no magic mystery delivery or big spinners. He just does enough for the ball. That wicket, Chauhan spun enough to beat the outside edge after drawing him down the wicket. It's much more deception by changes of pace and changes of length. That's where his mystery is, as he's in again and pushed into the offside and there's no run.
Yes, Ralphie Albert actually bowled really well on Saturday in the teeth of the storm from Surya Vashani and Malhotra. His figures don't look great, but he came on when they were really in full throttle, and he bowled very calmly and induced 1 or 2 false shots, but just made them rein back in, and that's, I think, the sign of a very, very strong temperament as well as a good bowling skills. Talented young cricketer. Very different circumstances today. There's no teeth of a batting storm today. India 148 for 7. And ever since England's opening bowlers, Furbank and French, each struck in their first over, India have been under pressure, and it's been relentless pressure imposed by the England bowlers as a unit.
Yeah, French starting his 10th and final over. I don't know if you noticed there, Brian. It's interesting that Ambrish cut that ball away to Morgan in front of us and declined the single. Morgan's out here on the boundary, so it looks like Ambrish has decided to take some more of a strike as he flashes that one down to third, and this time he does take the single.
With 4 balls left in the over.
Yeah, interesting that he didn't take a single out here off that first ball.
Yeah, curious thinking. 149 for 7. The sun has broken through quite significantly, and England will be very happy if it stays out while they bat.
This one's squeezed off an inside half of the bat, behind square on the leg side. Guha gets off the mark. The 150 up for India, 150 for 7. 11.3 overs remain.
We were talking about what India's strategy will be. It appears to be an attritional one, just to gently try and gather a few more runs. Just the one attacking shot in his last few minutes, early minutes over from Ambrish, sliced down to third man, but I think reckless at the moment, just wanting to fill the innings, just to bat 50 overs. And I guess if they're still 3 down with 5 overs to go, then they can tee off a little bit and see if they can get some boundaries.
Yeah, we see the ability of batters nowadays to score quickly and score heavily, even in a short amount of time. So having wickets in hand for those last 5 overs, the potential for 50 or more is certainly there. But there would have to be a real change of direction from the momentum of this game so far. England's bowlers have been so disciplined.
It's beautifully played.
This one's played almost as it passes Ambrish. He guides that one down to third for a single for the last ball, and Alex French completes his spell. 10 overs bowled, 2 wickets. 35, I think it is. It's just gone off the scoreboard.
And one of those wickets was the huge one of Vihan Malhotra, scorer of a scintillating century on Saturday. And French found a really good one for him. Malhotra just 1 run to his name, edged it to Thomas Roux to leave India 9 for 2.
Albert again, still bowling from the Diglis end, unchanged since he came into the attack. 6th bowler called upon by the captain Thomas Roux. And this is an aggressive shot down the ground by Ambrish, and a couple of bounces to Flintoff at long on. It's just a single, but it was fuller from Albert. Ambrish thought he could get underneath it and hit it over the head of the tall Lancastrian down there on the boundary, but he didn't get hold of it. And it's just the one. With Guha on strike now, field does start to creep in. Flintoff's come up into the ring. There's just a man back, Morgan in front of us on the cover boundary, and a man directly opposite side. Sort of looks like it for a slog sweep. That back foot punch is Albertson again. This one's slower, dips, draws Guha forward. There's no run. Just 46 miles an hour, that delivery. He's changed his pace really nicely in this spell. It's quicker, flatter, 57 miles an hour. As long on, as mid on and mid off, push back onto the boundary rope. England looking to give the number 9 a single. It's slow, big stride in. Really exaggerated striding from Guha. There's no run, didn't take the bait. Ambush will be on strike as Albert completes his 8th over.
Just 10 fours in 40 overs. I think I'm right in saying there was 10 fours in the first 10 overs on Saturday when the mayhem of Surya Vinci and Malhotra was in full flow.
Surya Vanchi hit 10 sixes in his innings on Saturday, so
indeed.
Big change here as completion of French's spell. It looks like it'll be Alex Green from the new road end. Limbering up, way to our left. Have you got his figures so far in front of you?
6 overs, 1 for 20 so far. Wicket of Rahul Kumar.
His first 2 overs went for 11 as he starts around the wicket. Is left alone by Ambush. Breeze picks up once more with Green, and this cut away, and Morgan moves to his left in front of us. Fields that comfortably and fires the ball in for the boundary. Yeah, the black cladding in the Basil D'Oliveira stand away to our right, just rippling in the breeze. The trees on the opposite side of the ground to us by the big scoreboard, just to the left of the cathedral. Starting to sway. It's one of my favourite places to come and watch cricket, even though I've been here now a few times.
Yes, one of the loveliest cricket grounds in England, if not the world. And really brilliant effort by the Worcestershire ground staff, who have to deal with such difficult circumstances, of course, with the flooding of the adjacent river.
Flicked between 2 leg side fielders here, both Morgan and I think it's substitute fielder Isabel comes around, cuts that off.
It is quite remarkable. I mean, I've listeners from India, I think Frank was mentioning earlier on how the ground's position next to the river leaves it very liable to flood, and it's not just a little bit of flood water. There are times when the entire field is underwater, and it's halfway up the pavilion steps as well.
Yeah, this one thuds into the thigh pad.
So for the ground staff to actually deal with that, and there's obviously they could only wait for the waters to recede, but then to reseed the surface and then produce not just a ground that is playable, but pitches that are good for cricket. It's an absolutely brilliant effort.
Yeah, I saw photos over the winter, where the media box is away to our left at the new road end. The water, there's a brick wall over there, and the water was probably halfway up there. There's 3 or 4 rows of seats. All of those are underwater. And obviously the ground and the wicket also. This is short ball fended off by Guha. Gets a stare from Alex Green, the bowler. Yeah, it's given the dry weather that we've had recently, it seems wild to be discussing floods, but that is the issue that every year the ground staff here have to contend with.
Yes, the founding fathers of Worcestershire County Cricket Club didn't think of that, did they, when they put this magnificent ground next to the river? They should have shown a bit more foresight.
Yeah.
But it is one of the truly lovely cricket grounds in the world, and it should be on the to-visit list of any English or any Indian tourist if you're coming over to watch your team play, or just to take in some cricket in the UK. Obviously there are great test match grounds in England, but there are also lovely county grounds like Hove down in Sussex and Worcester here, and Durham, some lovely county grounds as well. Ralphie Albert continuing to give the batters no respite. Very accurate bowling. God, nearly got himself into a right angle there by setting off for 2 without being on the same wavelength as his batting partner, and scrambling to regain his ground, but he did so. 156 for 7 as Frank rejoins us, thinking India might be happy to get to 200 now.
Yeah, really good effort from the England bowlers this morning and early afternoon, but maybe pitch a little bit more difficult to bat on than we saw on Saturday. We'll have to wait and see. Just paused in his delivery then, didn't he? Albert, I haven't seen him do that before. He landed and then just didn't actually let the ball go until a moment later. But yeah, completely different feel to the game from Saturday. Because I think probably A, the early wickets, and B, obvious Suryavanshi. But even when he was batting, Brian, he was not as fluent as he was on Saturday, was he?
Yeah, there were 2 sixes, weren't there, off successive balls quite early on, but also almost everything that he attempted on Saturday came off the middle, didn't he? He just batted utterly sublimely. Today there were a few false shots and a few edges, and ultimately a frustrated heave to deep third man. But the pressure that India are under probably reflected by Udajit Guha, who's been in there now for 18 balls for his 3 runs, and he's doing a good job for his team because they need to prolong the innings. But England will be very happy with that run rate.
And a word for Alex French, who I thought bowled really well. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. And he bowled when Suryavanshi was in as well, didn't he, at the beginning? So really good effort from the young Surrey paceman.
And he got the really big wicket of Malhotra with a great delivery, didn't he?
Yeah.
A wicket taking ball.
And Green has done really well too. 1 for 23. He's in his 8th. Been a good all-round effort. Burbank 1 for 28 off 5, but he was the one who suffered those 2 successive 6s early on, and there wasn't much wrong with the deliveries that he bowled. Didn't quite time that one, short. On him a bit quicker than he thought, I think, but he's got 2. Ambrish played quite well, Ambrish, but he's hamstrung, isn't he, by the fact that they've lost the wickets at the other end.
Well, just before you came back on, we were just discussing what the India approach can be, and Ambrish is in a bit of a dilemma, isn't he, because risks really can't be taken at the moment because India need to extend the innings. There's a welcome boundary, but short, a rare loose ball from England, short outside the off stump, and Ambrish capitalises to move to 34.
Yeah, they've been a lot straighter, haven't they? That was a bit wide. They've been a lot straighter than they were on Saturday, the England bowlers generally.
Top scorer now in the innings, R.S. Amrish, 34. Suryavanshi 33, Kumar 21, Pangalia 24, Chowan 24, but nobody's gone on to play the big innings, which India really needed. But as they always say, you don't quite know until both sides have batted. There is certainly a bit in it for the seamers, and the way Ralphie Albert has bowled as well will encourage the spinners, so it's going to be, it looks like being an attractively low target for England, but still plenty of work to do.
Yeah, definitely agree with that, I think. And sometimes the low scoring games can be more interesting. That was wide, wasn't it, on Green? How many is that? 15 so far, so it's still something the coaches will want to improve on. 28 on Saturday.
I think it's over 100 in the 5 now.
Yeah, too many, isn't it? And as you quite rightly said on Saturday, it's not just the runs that accrue, it's the extra balls that are bowled, isn't it, as well?
Well, you're giving the opposition several more overs, aren't you? Which is, can lead to many more runs.
End of the over, 169. Sorry, 60. Is it 65? 65. That 9 on the 5 on the board on the other side of the ground. Just surprises me now and again. 164 it is. 164 for 7. I beg your pardon. 7 overs remaining. So yeah, 200. Well, they might get more, but 200 looks about right. I was saying earlier, on this ground in T20s 170 is par, so maybe Saturday's scores flattered the sides a bit, and 200 will not be as easy as it might look. Toby Albert, I knew I'd say it. I said it once on Saturday as well. Ralphie Albert starts his last over. Really good figures, 2 for 22 so far. It's a good effort. And another dot here as Ambrose tries to cleverly steer him behind square on the offside, but doesn't get enough on it. Picks out green at short third man.
Because we're talking about the way scoring rates have evolved in one-day cricket. It was, of course, England v India, not under 19s, full men's, that produced one of the most bizarre limited overs games ever in the World Cup in 1975. England at 334 for 4 from 60 overs. India replied with 132 for 3 from 60 overs. Sunny Gavaskar batting all through the 60 overs for 36 not out.
Amazing.
One of the most truly bizarre
Yeah.
one-day games ever.
Yeah. I've never heard him talk about it. I wonder what his take on it is now.
Well, immediately after the game, he said that it was a difficult pitch to play strokes on, but Dennis Amiss had scored 137 on it, and England had piled up 300 plus.
Yeah.
So, and the India coach was pretty grumpy at the time. So, but I don't think he's ever actually spoken at length about it.
Yeah, I've never heard it discussed. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
But in a World Cup match, the first World Cup, 36 not out from 174 balls with 1-4. That is curious.
How is that even the same game as that one that is played by Suryavanshi? It is just amazing, isn't it? Although, I mean, I can remember county cricket games here at New Road and elsewhere where a batter like Tim Curtis springs to mind would set his stall out at the start of the day to bat all day, and if he was 110 not out at the end of the day and we'd had 100 overs, that would be okay, build your innings around that, get 400 on the board and win a 3-day game playing like that. It's just unrecognisable almost statistically from those days, isn't it?
But all the more so in that instance, of course, because Gavaskar was such a fine player, wasn't he? 10,000 Test match runs.
And later his career dominated in one-day cricket.
Absolutely.
As well. Yeah.
Sunil, if you're listening to us, perhaps you might...
Could be.
What was that all about? Do get in touch on the live chat.
Ralphie Albert, by the way, has finished 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24. That's a good effort. Green in. Almost too quick for Guha. This one takes him on the thigh pad, runs down the leg side for a single. 166 for 7. Lots of school children in the ground and lots of opportunity for these young internationals to practice their autographs. I always wonder, Brian, at what point the initial excitement of... I don't think you want us to sign. No. Okay.
As we speak.
Well, I always wonder, I was going to say, because you can go first, Brian. I always wonder at what point the excitement for a young cricketer of signing autographs becomes a chore, and when they have to sign loads and loads and loads, and you do wonder why that is. And they've had lots of practice today to practice their squiggles. You also wonder at what point they go for just a straightforward squiggle and not a proper signature. But
you're welcome.
I've still got some of my collection from childhood days, but I lost the main autograph book that I had, which was a wonderful collection, and Neil Aberley once took it around for the season and put it into the opposition dressing room of every team they played against. So I had all the counties in the 60s, and I lost it in a house move, sadly. But I've still got a few, and the one I treasure, I've got a couple of examples of it in scrapbooks, is Derek Underwood, because it was the most beautifully scripted autograph and perfectly legible as a full name, as opposed to the squiggles you often get. This one is hammered down the ground, tennis style almost, by Ambrish.
Well, two astute young men have just got the autographs of Frank Watson and Brian Halford, and
Yeah,
they'll put them on eBay and probably not.
yeah, probably not get a lot of interest. No, the other thing I was going to say, I used to play in quite a few of the benefit games for people like Phil Neal and the Worcestershire players that had benefits back in the 80s and 90s, and the players obviously they didn't really want to play in the benefit games if they could get away with it. So if you could rope in a commentator to play, you would always get a game. And of course, you're turning out in a game like that. A lot of the people watching don't realise that you're not really one of the cricketers. And I used to say, no, you don't want. And it became so difficult. The other players used to say, oh, for goodness sake, just sign it. It won't make any difference. But it's quite embarrassing, I think. And I wonder whether even these guys start at 15 or 16 and play a few games and get asked for autographs, and then I suppose they've played a few games for their counties and so on, and they've got used to it.
But I was just saying to Matt earlier on, one of the very impressive things about Rocky Flintoff on Saturday was his brilliant century, first up, but then afterwards,
absolutely,
he was so lovely with all the autograph hunters, which was enormous credit to him.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very important, and some even I think Shane Warne had a reputation as being incredibly generous with his time with youngsters, and always having time for autographs and to help them if they were playing on the outfield, a little bit of leg spin or whatever it might be. Goes a long way, that kind of behaviour, I think.
I remember Glenn McGrath as well here, setting up a chair on the outfield.
I've seen Greg Matthews do that on quite a few occasions. I had one incredibly awkward experience on this ground when I was dragged from the commentary box to go and field in a game against New Zealand, and I was fielding down on the boundary. It was a Saturday afternoon, a lot of players were injured, a lot had gone off to play in the league, and I was fielding in borrowed kit for a whole session, and quite a few young people came to the railings and asked for my autograph, and I obviously kitted out in full Worcestershire kit, fielding for Worcestershire against New Zealand. They thought I was a proper player, and I was turning around and going, no, I'm not really. And in the end, I got berated by some parents who said, for goodness sake, why won't you give all? And in the end, I just did, but it was just sheer embarrassment, really. But there you go. Nice for these guys to be recognised as the stars of the days here, and we had a lovely moment a couple of hours ago, Brian, when you weren't on air. This one sliced away for a single, where Rob Jones, the Worcestershire first team player, was down chatting to Jack Home, and Jack Home in his England kit, playing in this game, or on the bench in this game, has attracted the attention of a group of youngsters who wanted his autograph, and they had no idea who Rob Jones was, so they didn't want his autograph, and Rob just stepped back and allowed Jack to take the limelight, which I thought was very nice and typical of self-deprecating Rob Jones. 175 for 7. As we near the end of this Indian innings, Singh back into the attack, and Guha, who's struggled to find any kind of fluency, slices this one away down to third man for a single. Ambrish has played well, but he probably on 43 now with 4 overs left after this will be hoping he can get up to sort of 60-70 not out by the end of the innings, you would imagine.
Depends which ones, mate.
Perfect afternoon now. Sun shining. It's not too warm. Wind's dropped a bit. Ground looks a picture. Nice slower ball from Singh. Cleverly bowled. Did him in the air almost there. Just I think it's hard to say from square on exactly what he did, but I think it was definitely slower. I think it might just have been a little off break really. And Ambrish looking to attack it, get forward, just hesitated. It's a good bit of bowling. Tickles this one round the corner for a single.
Just on talking about signing things, Frank, I remember a few years ago I was talking to Ian Bell in the nets at Edgbaston one time, and I just had a book out, Warwickshire on this day. It was a modest little publication, but this young lad came up to us and with a pen, and Belly got ready to sign.
And he asked you.
And he just said, he offered me the book.
Oh, lovely.
I just said, Belly, just...
Yeah, know your place. Wonderful. End of the over from Singh, well bowled. 177 for 7 with 4 overs remaining. So that 200 still looks about right for our prediction. Well, I was telling a story when you weren't on there, and I'll repeat it though in case people weren't listening or have joined us since, because I really do think it's one of the best I've heard about autographs. And it was told, I think it was Jeff Miller who told it at one of our Cricket Society meetings in the winter, and you might have heard it before, but he was talking about celebrities and Ian Botham and all his friends and fans, and he said there was one tour and England were playing in Barbados I think, and they had a day off and Botham was down on the beach and he was joined by Mick Jagger, who was a big cricket fan, and they were together in the sea, and Ian was just a few yards in to the surf, I think up to his knees, and Jagger was literally sitting where the waves broke onto the sand. And a fan came wandering along the beach and recognised both of them, and this fan was wearing a Rolling Stones t-shirt, one of those with the sort of, Jagger's lips and open mouth emblazoned on it, which was the sort of symbol. And he saw Ian Botham and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and a pen and walked into the waves and said, "Would you mind signing this, Ian?" And Ian said, "No, of course not," and he signed it quite happily. And then Mick Jagger literally sitting about 2 yards away, and he said, "Would you like his autograph as well?" Ian said. And this chap looked at Mick Jagger and said, "Are you a cricketer?" And he said, "No, I'm not." And he said, "Well, no, I won't have it then." And he carried on up the beach.
And he had a Mick Jagger shirt on.
Had no idea that it was Mick Jagger who was sitting there. Great story, I think. Single taken off the first ball of the 47th over by Guha. By Ambrish, and Guha is now on strike. And it's Furbank back into the attack, and his next ball is wide outside the off stump. Flashing blade from Guha, but misses it, and it's taken Thomas Rue, the England wicketkeeper and captain, who will be pretty happy with his troops, I think, after this morning's work. Really good attitude and application from his fielders, his bowlers, and they've been a far, far more effective unit than they were on Saturday, possibly because the belligerent Suryavanshi was less than belligerent today and had to work hard for his 33 and was dismissed as early as the 15th over. Single taken here by Guha. Dropped out on the offside. So 181 for 7. 200's looking about right. as I'm rejoined by Matt Howes, and we always say reserve judgment, don't we, about the pitch, but I'm not sure 200 is going to be as easy as it might look.
No, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park, that's for certain, but I think it's certainly a score that England will fancy themselves being able to chase.
Bank again. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Really nicely played by Ambrish. Needs a boundary and proves that you don't have to go smashing it over mid-wicket or something to get one. He knows third man is inside the circle. It's a deft little steer off the face, all along the ground, past the diving fielder at short third man and down to the boundary for 4.
Ambrish has played well, hasn't he?
Yes. And he's been hamstrung by wickets going down at the other end, but he's managed to keep things ticking along. It's been a good knock. 48 off 68 now.
The real feature's been how late he played the ball.
And that was a good example of it, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And he's unlucky there because he's decided to go the other way and stepped into it and smacked it on the up into the covers, but a really good piece of birdie by Joe Moores, who fielded beautifully on Saturday as well, the England opening batter, and he diving stop, sprang to his feet and keeps them to just 1. That could easily have gone for 4.
Well watched as well. That ball took a bounce just in front of him as he went to field that. We talked about the land of the giants that this England side is. Moores is not, putting it politely. But
he's busy in the crease as well. Busy left-handed batter. Very impressive on Saturday. Until he got out, he made 50, and then kind of felt that he just chucked it away a little bit. But 8 4s and a 6 in that. Looking forward to seeing him bat again. 3 overs left. 186 for 7. Guha has 9, Ambrish 49, and the men out, if you're just joining us, Matre 1, Malhotra 1, Suryavanshi 33, Kumar 21, Pangalia 24, Chowan 24, and Deepesh without scoring. So it's been a story of batters getting in and not going on.
Yeah, these two have put on 51 for the 8th wicket. The majority of that done by Ambrish. Akansh Singh begins his 7th from the digless end.
They've all bowled well, haven't they? I think French has been the pick for me, but that said, Morgan not far off. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 is very tidy figures. Albert 10 overs, no means 2 for 24, bowled really well.
Oh, that's an excellent shot.
Yeah, that's a great
again.
Shot. Not just well played, risky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Played it late and just a really nicely executed.
Yeah, he played that ball. Played that ball on his back hip, almost as it sort of passed him, and then flicked the wrists through it to access backward of point.
And that's his 50 of 70 balls. 71 balls with 5 4s. A measured innings. A very mature, responsible innings, given that he was aware that he had to sort of hold it together.
Yeah, he's marshalled the lower order really well here. And that's brilliantly run as well. Just dabbed into the leg side, didn't even make the 30-yard circle, but he set off with the intent that he was going to get back for 2.
Super running.
Yeah, it's excellent running.
I was at Headingley on Friday night when Will Luxton and James Wharton did that about 8 times in the T20 game against Worcestershire. Ran 2s when the bowler went and did his own fielding inside the circle, but just knew what they were doing right from the minute the ball was hit. Super exhibition of running.
Might not be as flashy as hitting boundaries, but you can really tick the score along quickly by just having the intent to run two there rather than being happy with the single.
I think in that game, I counted that Yorkshire, I think it might have been 12 or 13 twos they ran, and Worcestershire ran one, I think, in their innings, or maybe two, and it just shows you the difference. That's another lovely shot. He's finding the gaps now really nicely. Slightly full, to be fair, from Singh, but Ambrish opened the face as he drove it, and just opened the face and got it wide of the fielder at extra cover. A big gap out there. Two fielders on the boundary on the offside, one square, one fairly straight. They both charged round, but neither could cut it off, and it's a second boundary of the over.
Again, showing that
good work.
Once you take the time to get used to the pace of a wicket, even on one that's challenging, there are runs to be scored out here.
And he keeps the strike as he nudges this one down the ground. So it's 197 for 7, 2 overs left. They now might be hoping they can get up to something like 215, something like that. And if they do, it'll be largely thanks to Ambrish, who's now on 60. And it's 197 for 7 with 2 overs remaining.
A lot of getting to 215 will rely on Ambrish facing the majority of the deliveries remaining here. Guha's ably supported him in terms of occupying the crease.
Yeah, he has. He's struggled a bit, hasn't he? He bowled very well on Saturday. He's struggled a bit, but he's done what he had to do.
It'd been very easy for him to have gotten out trying to do something expansive. He's not really looked to play many shots apart from the last couple of overs, but he's allowed Ambrish to go about his work here. That'll be an outcome that England will be fairly happy with. Ambrish a couple of steps down the wicket, driving to long off, and only managing to get a single.
Disappointed with himself. You could tell from his body language, even as he ran, he wanted two and he couldn't get it.
Yeah, there was 2 or 4. If he'd managed to get that slightly squarer to the right hand side of the fielder down there long off, he'd probably been able to get back for 2. Instead, he had to settle for 1. And that was wild from Guha. Back of a length from Furbank, and
yeah, just get a bat on it is what his coaches will be thinking.
And I think that's what his partner Ambrish is telling him as well. He's taken a couple of steps down, sort of a disapproving shrug. This is the part of the innings where just having clarity of thought makes such a difference, especially for lower order batters like Guha. And he has not heeded Ambrish's advice of looking to get bat on ball. It's another aggressive swipe.
He's let you and me down as well, because we just said how sensibly he's played. Guha's now being told a bit by Ambrish, look, don't swing, just make sure you get something on it. And if he does and they both run, they'll get a 1.
Exactly. And even if, like we saw in the last over from Ambrish, if one of those that previous delivery was tight enough to the body that he could have shuffled inside the line of that and done exactly what he's done there, and if he'd have got it closer to that 30-yard circle, they could have easily come back for 2. This time he gets too much bat on it, and the fielder behind square here, Sebastian Morgan, I think that is.
So 2 chances for Ambrish to find the boundary. In an ideal world, he'll find the boundary once and then get up to the other end. Easier said than done.
That's well bowled. Turn it into leg side and aggressive running, and it's excellent work there by Ambrish. For a second it looked like he might be half a yard short, but managed to just extend his stride and make that. Rue had to fetch the ball a little bit, bring it to the stumps. A slightly better throw might have had him in trouble, but the India 200's up, 201 for 7. One ball remaining of this 49th over. Ambrish will be looking to keep strike.
And he will. Only just.
That was well bowled by Furbank. Never easy bowling at the death. It was helped out slightly by the stroke making of Guha, but he just stuck to back of a length.
So who's going to bowl the last over?
It looks like Singh will continue, I think.
So Sebastian Morgan, who on Saturday bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 54. Today bowling just the 6 overs. Excellent figures of 1 for 15. Green finishing with figures of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. Albert 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24. French 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. And Furbank 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. As Singh starts the last over with a full length
run
ball,
out,
which is driven to
is.
long on. They come back for 2, and Guha is unable to make it. So they'll get 1 run, and the second run won't count because Guha is run out by the throw coming in to the non-striker, and he had to go for it. I don't blame either him or his partner for taking that second run. The most important thing is that Ambrish has kept the strike, but Guha goes, and that is the 8th wicket down in the final over. So they've been together for a fair while. Those two. They've been together for 15 overs. Those two. So the extent to which Guha did play a good hand in adding 67. Yeah, for that 68. In fact, I think it's 203 now. So 68 for that 8th wicket. Good effort. 5 balls remaining.
Trying to identify who the fielder was that threw the ball in from the boundary. I think that's Ralphie Albert down there that did the fielding, caused the run out.
Might have another one here because they're going to take 1, and they're not coming back for 2 this time, and they wouldn't have made it. There's a good bit of work from Ben Mays coming in from deep mid-wicket. So just a 1-run taken. 4 balls remaining. 204 for 8, and Pushpak on strike. Did he have a bat on Saturday? Just have a check back. He was 2 not out on Saturday, Pushpak. Got a chance of red ink again here. Not that he'll be bothered about that. What he'll really want is to find the boundary one way or another. Little inside edge will do. Thomas Rue decides to send a man back at fine leg in case of that. He's got a man back at long on. He's going to tell Singh to make sure he bowls it reasonably full, I would think. Push back deep in his crease.
I just noticed that his front foot's
on the edge of the popping
crease.
And he stays where he is, and he chips it up in the air, and he's caught by Joe Moores at backward point. So a wicket for Singh, a second wicket falls in this final over, and India, well, we've been predicting something like 200, and we're not going to be far off. 204 for 9 with 3 balls left, as the last man comes out to the middle. Pushback caught by Moores off the bowling of Singh. without scoring. It was Green who got the throw back in apparently on the run out. Although I'm with you, I think it might have not been Green, but that's who's gone down on the official scorecard. Here we go. And that's nicely played actually by the number 11 batsman. Down to third man, it's gone for 4. He's a Yorker as well, bowled. But Singh just jammed the bat down on it. Singh to Singh it was. And the Singh of India triumphs over the Singh of England. And that's down to the boundary. So welcome runs, 208. Now the total with 2 balls left.
French unable to keep that ball from going over the boundary rope there. Big, tall, fast bowler was left in a heap of limbs.
Slower ball. Nicely played out for a single. 209 for 9, 1 ball left. Ambrish on strike. Has played a good hand here. And he's going to be there at the end. That would have been his aim. 66 not out as he faces this last ball. And Singh will complete his 8th over. No maidens. And he has gone for 49 runs so far. So here we go, last ball of the over. Singh is in, he bowls, and a single, a cruise, a leg by in fact, as Ambrish tried to whack it away on the leg side but was unable to do so. Ambrish then finishes unbeaten on 66 and Singh finishes unbeaten on 5, and the innings closes with a total of 210 for 9 in 50 overs. Just give you the extras: 6 leg byes, 15 wides and 3 no balls in that innings. So a total of 24 extras. Ambrish 66 not out, Singh 5 not out, and the only bowling figures that we haven't given you, finally, those of Singh for England. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49. England will begin their response to this score around about 10 minutes past 3. They will require 211 runs to win and to make it 3-2 in the series, which has already been taken by India. A good effort by England today, easily their best, a better performance than Saturday. I didn't see all of the other games in this series, but a very good effort by the England unit, led off now by their captain Thomas Roux. With our coverage from New Road this morning, we will be back as soon as the England innings begins in response. Until then, from myself, Frank Watson, from Matt Howes and from Brian Halford, a very good afternoon. Good afternoon, welcome back to visit Worcestershire New Road, where England under-19s are about to begin their attempt to score 211 to win this final youth ODI with India. The series already won by India, 3-1, but England, having done very well this morning to restrict their visitors to 210 for 9 in their 50 overs, and Ben Dawkins and Joe Moores, the two England opening batsmen, out there at the moment as we speak, about to start the response, and the first ball of the innings is played firmly by Dawkins up towards mid-off, and there is no run. First over of the innings being bowled by Guha, bowled pretty well on Saturday in the previous game in this series, when he bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 48 in a much more high scoring affair than this one, both teams getting over 300. Guha is in again, and Dawkins is pushing this out on the leg side, but there's no run. Both these batters, Dawkins and Moores, made half centuries on Saturday. Dawkins made 67, Moores made 52.
Yeah, Dawkins has been in decent touch so far this series. 18 in the first game, 7 in the second, 62 in the third, and 67, as Frank just said here.
And I reckon he would have been a bit disappointed to get out for that 67, because he'd played pretty well. He'd looked fairly untroubled. He just gave it away a little bit. And there we are. He has been in good touch, and there's no reason why he shouldn't add to that good form today.
Meanwhile, his opening partner Joe Moores has gone 9, 13, 0 and 52 so far.
Played well on Saturday for his 52, really did. But again, I thought a little bit on Saturday that he was guilty of giving it away a little bit. Went to his 50 and got out almost straight away thereafter. But of course they were chasing 300, and they may well have felt under pressure to keep going, as it were. Guha in again, bowls, and Dawkins again is pushing out on the offside. Another one of the Giants club, Dawkins, big tall man. Got Flintoff, also very tall. Furbank, French Green. They're a very, very physically well developed unit, this England under-19 side.
They certainly are. As you've seen that more of Ben Dawkins than I have, Frank.
Only a bit.
What should people at home expect from this tall opening batter?
Okay.
Plays for Kent, has a grey Nichols. I don't want to start projecting on him, but
I can tell you where he likes to score. Based on what I saw on Saturday, he has one particular area which is behind square on the offside, between sort of backward point and third man. He sliced the ball over the field and through the field in that area countless times in his innings on Saturday. As yet he hasn't done that because that first over was a maiden, and a good start from Guha, and at the other end we are going to see I'll just tell you who we're going to see in a minute. I'll check the numbers. We are going to see Deepesh Devendran, who bowled pretty well on Saturday. From the other end, mainly 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 65, which doesn't sound great, but it was, as I say, a very high-scoring game. but he bowled mainly. I think he started actually at the Diglis end as he is now, but then bowled at the New Road end later on. It's a good one to start with, isn't it? Yeah. Beats Moores outside the off stump.
Sharp and back of a length, that delivery. Moores shorter than his opening partner Dawkins. Left-handed.
Ooh, that's a good one. Definitely played at it. I'm going to turn off our effects more because the wind is becoming quite annoying in our ears. So a good start for Deepesh, good start for Guha with a maiden.
This one not as short, but bounces and takes the glove of Moores and runs into the gully, and there's no run. There's certainly something in this wicket, Frank, as you were talking about at the back end of India's innings. 211 is not going to be an easy score to chase down.
No, it doesn't look like it, does it? It's not a road.
Today's modern 50 over games, you would expect 210 to be fairly routine, and that was flicked away for 4. Back of a length again by Deepesh Devendra, and Moores controls this pull shot round the corner, runs away to the boundary fairly quickly in front of us, in front of the pavilion. And England are up and running after 9 deliveries of their reply.
Leg by off that one, which he struggled to cope with. Just nipped back at him.
Something we saw a lot from England's bowlers, even deep into the innings, was that movement off the seam, off the pitch. French was still getting the ball to come back off the pitch, even into the latter part of his quota of bowling. So after the 30th over or so, there was still movement.
Oof. Good one from Devendran to beat Dawkins outside the off stump. Every now and again, when you get to my age, you see a player who reminds you of another player, maybe from a previous generation, perhaps. I sometimes look at Brett D'Oliveira here at New Road, especially when he's non-striker, just leaning on his bat. Dawkins defends this, and he reminds me very much of his dad. And so I don't know, sometimes you just see a player and you think, oh, he reminds me of him. Well, Joe Moores reminds me of somebody, and it's somebody from a very, very long time ago, which is quite unusual. I mean, it reminds me of a diminutive left-hander who I watched a lot of growing up in the 60s, who has, the family I think has Norfolk connections, and it's John Edrich, who used to play for Surrey. Many people who are watching might remember him if they're of my sort of generation. Diminutive left-hander, played many, many times for England. Brilliant gully fielder as well, and just a similar shapes at the crease. Didn't have quite such a wide stance, Edrich. But that cut shot played by Joe Moores off the first ball of the 3rd over, very Edrich-like. I might just be showing my age, but Norfolk connection as well. I think the Edrich family. I think Bill Edrich, who was another famous member of the family, had played for Norfolk, I think, and certainly grew up in Norfolk. But John Edrich, who I'm talking about, I'm just going to bring up his details. Died in 2020, and born in Blowfield. That's in Norfolk, isn't it?
It certainly is. Area I know well.
And educated at Brackendale School, and played How many tests? 77 test matches for England. Average 43. 1,224 50s. Top score of 310 not out in Test cricket. Not bad, is it?
Not bad going at all.
I wonder if I can find a little video of him and show you, and you can tell me whether I'm talking nonsense or not.
Yeah, I can't say that I've seen footage of
John Edrich. I'll find a bit. Such things are possible these days in commentary boxes.
Superior wisdom, Frank.
But I'd like, in a way, to just have a look and see if I'm deceiving myself as well, or whether I think he made his 310 in 1965 by all accounts against New Zealand. I've got some footage of him. Whether I can get it up on my phone or not in satisfactory fashion, I'm not sure. Pictures of him ducking out the way of the West Indies are quite frequent. What's David Steele facing that? I don't want him. I think Edrich might face the next ball. Oh no, it went for 4. Sorry everybody. He got 175 against Australia at Old Trafford in 1975. It's hard to tell, isn't it? Similar-ish size and
small.
Just the way he played certain shots, Joe Moore's. He wouldn't mind being compared to Edrich, I'm sure. Steers this one down to third man. Steers might be a bit generous. I think it was a thickish edge. But he gets a single. 9 without loss. Sorry, 6 without loss. And Joe Moore's has 5 of them. Ben Dawkins yet to get off the mark. 211 is the target. Anybody else who's watching thinks Joe Moore's looks like John Edrich, let me know. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Tell me whether you think I'm talking utter nonsense. I think he does. 6 without loss. End of the third over. Good start from the Indian seamers, and every suggestion, Matt, at the moment that the England batters are going to find fluency against accurate bowling as difficult to discover as did their Indian counterparts.
Yeah, I imagine knowing the target slightly changes England's approach. India obviously had the explosive Suryavanshi at the top of the order, and a few of their batters got out early on, especially playing loose shots. Mahatra chipping to mid-on. Kumar caught on the boundary.
Yeah, it was a Jaffa that got Malhotra from French, wasn't it? That probably a batter who was genuinely got out.
Mm.
That was a really good delivery from Deepesh there to Edrich. Steered down into the gully.
Just from our position in the commentary box, so we're side on for those of you watching along, whereas the live stream is obviously behind the bowler's arm. Now I can't go back as far as Edrich, but Moore's left-handed, hands close to the body. The bat comes down not quite in a straight as line, but there's a little reminiscence to Jacob Bethel there for me as well.
I think the hands close to the body is the Edrich comparison as well. Very similar. I know you're going to go home tonight and study footage. I know you are, because you're that kind of student of the game. You go home tonight and study footage and come back with a message to me tomorrow saying, "No, you're talking rubbish." Or maybe not. Oh, well, we've got a wicket. So the Edrich comparison is is over anyway, because Joe Moores has been dismissed by Devendran, caught behind by the wicket-keeper, and England lose their first wicket with the score on 6. Went for a big launch outside the off stump, and well, I might even have been a bottom edge on it. It was really high up outside the off stump. He was looking to uppercut it really, and no top edge, but he's got a big nick on it, and the catch was completed by Pangalia behind the stumps, and Moores has gone. And Ben Mays, who got a first baller on Saturday, comes out to join Ben Dawkins, who is not off the mark either. So we've got two batters who are still yet to score on England in the 4th over, needing 211 to win us 6 for 1. Joe Moores, who played so well for his 50 on Saturday, is gone. Deepish Devendran strikes. Ooh, and that one is down the leg side, not call wide. I think it must have flicked the pad. Ball's out for 5. I think it's going to be a tough run chase. This, I've got a sense of it. Yeah, I think it did flick the pad. He moved a long way inside it, Ben Mays.
If these early exchanges are anything to go by, we might be in for the full allocation of 45 overs here for England to chase this total. Defender beats the bat again.
And that is the end of the 4th over.
A wicket maiden.
A wicket maiden, as you say, 6 for 1. Earlier today, if you're just joining us, India 210 for 9 in their 50 overs. Top score of 66 not out from Ambrish, who held things together very nicely for them in the later stages of the innings. Other than that, 33 from Suryavanshi, 21 from Kumar, 24 from Pangalia, 24 from Chowan were the other main contributions. Good effort by the England bowlers. French 2 for 37, very good. Albert 2 for 24, also very good, but a good effort all round. Here's Guha from the New Road End bowls, and that's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot from Ben Dawkins to get off the mark. The tall right-hander standing up to his full height and hitting that off the back foot on the up through extra cover. Nice way to get off the mark. His first scoring shot, his first boundary obviously, and takes England into double figures. And they've blocked off that area that I was talking about, Matthew, having seen him on not just Saturday but earlier in the series, prolific through that deep gully backward point region.
I should have guessed that was a strong scoring area looking at the field. There is...
Well, that's a good response from the bowler. Beats him outside the off stump with a good length delivery, which he's walking into and pushing at. But yeah, he hit the ball not just through but over that area very consistently on Saturday. I mean, to the tune of, maybe 60% of his first 20-30 runs came in that area. But as he showed earlier in this over, he's also quite capable of playing in front of the wicket as well. And you don't reach this level and score as many runs as he can if you can only score in one area. But he is very strong in that backward point region. Guha bowls, he's forward to this one, pushing it out square on the offside.
Yeah, for those of you who can't see the field, there are men at point, backward of point, and then a very wide gully. So there's 3 fielders in sort of a small area of the field to cut off that shot that Frank's talking about. And there's also a man down at third man, just in case it does go finer. clearly an area that they've identified that Dawkins scores his runs. But this length from Guha is excellent. The line also tight, fourth stump or so, means that he can't access that part of the ground. This is going to be a really good examination of England here.
Could be. I feel like you've got to earn your runs out there today. Well, Dawkins not going to hang around on the march to this one. There's a swish at it, edges it fortunately really in the air down to that fine third man that Matt was describing. Would have been out if they'd heard of high slips. I say that not really being silly, but just to explain that that's where the ball went. And now Suryavanshi has moved into a sort of second, third slip position, and it's Ben Mays walking into this one and playing it out on the offside. It's the end of the over. 11 for 1 England. We've had 5 overs. They need 211 to win. That means that the required run rate for the remaining 45 overs of the innings is 4.4. And after a few more words from Matthew Howes, he'll be joined by Brian Halford.
Yep, Ben Mays yet to get off the mark. Scores so far in this series of 16, 27, 31, and that first ball duck here on Saturday. India have started, much like England have here, very disciplined in their line and length. As Deepesh Devendra begins another over from the digless end. It's a rhythmical, even pace to run up and approach to the crease. Not quick by any means, sort of around that 80-mile-an-hour mark. But on a wicket like this that's doing enough for the bowlers will certainly be a handful. And there, Dawkins chases a wide delivery and gets a top edge that flies over the head of the slips, and one bounce into that boundary rope down at third. As Frank spoke about, it's an area where he scores a lot of runs, and that's his first boundary down in that area. It was a ball to be attacked, but it was fairly loose. The response is good. Dawkins taking his hand off the bat there has looked to bounce up a little bit more. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, Matt. Hello, everybody, wherever in the world you're listening to us. Visit Worcestershire Road, looking an absolute picture here in the middle of England, and we've got a very intriguing cricket match here.
We certainly have. Potentially for a low-scoring thriller. There's plenty of noise out there from the Indian fielders. If you can pick that up.
They did bowl very well, and they have bowled very well in this series, but on Saturday particularly, although the batters took the glory, if you like, 2 really spectacular centuries, the bowlers defended it really well as a unit, and I think if you give them a bit of assistance, and there is a little bit in this pitch, I think England are going to have to work hard for these runs.
Oh, and this is a genuine edge that runs away for 4. Dawkins pokes at a delivery that's just outside off stump. The sparing dive of the keeper out of his grasp.
I think the keeper may be a little disappointed. It was a little bit late going for that. It was certainly had there been a first slip, I think it would have been a wicket-keeper's catch, to be honest. It's although maybe I'm being a little bit harsh, but certainly unlucky for the bowler. Dawkins did actually begin rather sketchily on Saturday with quite a few down to third man, some deliberately but others a bit streaky, but then he really settled and played very well for his half century.
Yeah, that shot was one of indecision, and this time back down to his favoured third man area as he carves that one away for 4 runs. It was short, it was wide, it deserved that treatment. 3 boundaries off that over. It's got the scoreboard ticking a little bit. I don't think it was out of the middle of the bat as Dawkins holds the toe there, but I'll probably feel a little bit better about his start now.
Yes, not the most convincing of overs, but a productive one for England, and that's what they needed after that. After what has been a difficult start, 23 for 1 from 6 overs.
It's one of the things that the England bowlers did so well, is we saw very few poor deliveries that really eased the pressure. And that over, Dawkins got a couple and he made sure to cash in when they came.
He's a big fella and he goes hard at the ball, and when he hits it, as they say, it stays hit, and sometimes that means you can just get away with things as well, because if you hit it hard and it flashed even the edge, the outside edge, when he was palpably beaten by the bowler, but he flashed hard and it was beyond the wicket-keeper before he could get down to it.
Oh, that was a delivery that probably 5th stump outside. Mays looked to drag that into the leg side. Maybe kept a little bit low. That we did see once or twice in the India innings of deliveries keeping low. But for the most part, there's been excellent carry in this wicket. And Mays is off the mark now, a couple of steps down. Nudges into the leg side and continues on his way down the wicket to the far end. England are 24 for 1 in the 7th over. Moore's the man out so far for 5.
England's excellent bowling display has earned the batters the luxury of a bit of time. There's no need to chase too hard, and actually we were talking earlier on, I think it was with Frank or yourself, about the era these days we're in white ball cricket. There's a tendency, even if you're chasing a relatively meagre total, in T20 certainly, to go at it really hard. Whereas in fact sometimes you've got a bit of time, and the England batters have got some time here. Chasing just 210.
That is imperious from Dawkins. Step down and hits a back of a length delivery through extra cover. There was some width, but he got his hands through it, and he's starting to tick along quite nicely now. 21 from 22 deliveries.
Yes, 4 quick-fire boundaries, all on the offside for Ben Dawkins. One really good substantial partnership will put England in command, won't they? Chasing 210, if they can get any sort of a partnership of 80-100, the foundation will be there.
Yeah, that was one of the things that India didn't do particularly well, was building of those partnerships. Only 2 made it past 50. Ambrish, the only bowler making it past that mark on his own. So that delivery's pushed into the offside to complete the over. 28 for 1 now, England, from 7.
The two main men next in the order, Flintoff and Roux.
Yeah, they've been the standout pair for England so far with the bat this series. Oh, and that was driven uppishly by Mays on the bounce of the fielder at cover. Yeah, so far this series, Roux has made 231 runs. Flintoff, on the back of his 100 in the last game, 218. And then Dawkins, who's at the crease now, 154 coming into this, where he's added another 21 to that tally. And this drive is much, much better by Mays. Big, long stride out to the ball and gloriously driven through the covers for 4 runs.
Given just a little bit of width, took full advantage. Glorious shot.
That was what he was looking for the previous delivery, but he got that little bit of extra width and was able to pierce the gap. It's a good response by Devendra, drawing the edge, but runs between the two fielders stationed for a catch behind the wicket.
I think there could be a case, Matt, for a second slip. I think the ball is doing a bit, isn't it? And especially Dawkins loves to plunder the third man area. And India really do need to take wickets.
As England did, wickets are the thing that's going to stem this tide.
Again, Dawkins goes big, tries to find the offside boundary, but it beats the bat. And
I'm not sure driving on the up on this wicket is advisable there from Dawkins. Yeah, India have got this field to Dawkins where Suryavansh's at a very wide gully. There's a man at backward point, there's a man just in front of point to cut off that area. That means if, as he did in his previous over, Devendra, if he does draw the edge, he's only got the keeper there for the catch.
I think there's a case for maybe pulling a man over from the leg side even, because Dawkins isn't very much an offside player, isn't he?
Certainly has, and this square drive is beautiful. It's come racing towards us in the commentary box, and it's 4 more.
Have we got access to Ben Dawkins' wagon wheel? Because I just wonder if he scored a leg side run yet. He's on 25 and he's batting beautifully, but he's plundering the offside.
Certainly is. That was a beautiful drive, square of the wicket between those two fielders, as I was describing, at backward point and at point, perfectly placed. It was full, half volley, needed to be put away, but he did so. It looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the new road end as well. The man who held together the Indian innings, Ambrish, is coming on.
Mays comes down the track to meet him, confident.
Yeah, Ambrish has had a good series of the ball so far. He has 8 wickets, making him the joint leading wicket taker. 2 for 24 in the first game, 4 for 80, 0 for 45, and then 2 for 55 here at New Road on Saturday, giving him figures of 8 overs for 200, 8 wickets for 204 as he errs short here, and Dawkins climbs into his favoured scoring area once more. That was up and over a man at backward point. This is after 4 overs of the Indian bowling display that were very tight, hitting line and length. The last 4 overs have been anything but. There's been plenty of balls that the England batters can score freely from.
Dawkins in excellent form too. This would be his 3rd successive 50. Signed off with a century for Kent's second 11 before joining up with England U19s. Century against Essex at Beckenham. And starting to time the ball very sweetly. As he does here, picks the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on beautifully, and he can score leg side runs as well. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, it wasn't the best delivery here. Ambrish has not started very well. That was short, but not short enough to be called a real attempted bouncer, and Dawkins is just able to swivel and pull that through mid-wicket for 4. He's raced to 33 from 29. And that is a beautiful strop. Beautiful down the ground, a couple of steps into it, and hits it straight back over the bowler's head for 6.
I don't think it could be any straighter. Nestled in the sight screen, directly behind the umpire. An immense straight drive.
That brings up England's 50. 52 for 1. 1 ball of the 9th over to go. These two have already put on 46. Looks like a slower ball there by Ambrish to close out the over. An expensive one. 3 boundaries from it. 1-6.
Yes, 15 from the over, and it won't take too many overs like that for England to break the back of this chase. Danger signs there for India, and they've got to get their thinking caps on. I wonder if they might turn to spin quite soon.
And right on cue, it does look like they have, as the wicket-keeper's got his helmet on and is up to the stumps, and Chauhan looks like he's about to come and have a bowl. As I said, start of the day, I'm interested to see him bowl because he's going at just over 4 and over for the series, whereas everyone else has been far more expensive. Mays is walking down the wicket to him first ball, punching it out to long on. Chauhan, the other man who has taken 8 wickets in this series. 3 for 20, 1 for 41, 3 for 30, and then 1 for 54 here in that 4th youth ODI. Brian, based on Saturday, what did you make of his bowling as he's been dispatched by Dawkins? It was back of a length and he rocked deep into his crease. Hits this over mid-wicket for 6 runs.
Well, that wasn't his finest work, was it? He dragged that one down and ruthlessly punished by Dawkins, who's, after a relatively steady start, has galloped to 45 from 33 balls.
That's the 50 partnership between these two as well, as they scamper through for a quick single. That was well backed up there in the ring.
He's been a big contributor to this this India series victory, and let's not forget, even though they're on the back foot today, they have won the series 3-1 up already before today. Chowan has, with bat and ball, contributed to that.
Interesting that England batters in this first over have used their feet 4 deliveries out of the 5 bowled so far. He bowls this one from 23 yards. His front foot was just beyond the stumps then as he bowled that delivery, and it was short. Mays wasn't able to beat the close fielder at mid wicket, but another good over for England. And at the end of the power play, they are, or the first power play rather, they are 60 for 1. Dawkins has raced to 46 off just 25 balls in this partnership. He was still on noughts when these two came together. It looks like Ambrish is getting just the solitary over. And this is going to be spin from both ends. I haven't got the shirt numbers in front of me, but the man wearing number 2 is going to come on to bowl.
Pushback.
Pushback.
According to the scoreboard, has already bowled a ball. And the scoreboard is, or whoever operates it, is a brilliant clairvoyant, because it was indeed a dot ball. So
let's see what else they can come up with.
India need to come up with a wicket. $60 for 1. England have started well, continuing the excellent work by their bowlers, restricting India to 210 for 9, during which only one batter got past 40.
That's an excellent reverse sweep by Ben Mays. It's a shot that everyone seems to be so comfortable playing now. We didn't see any of that in the India innings, but Mays has played it well and has found the boundary. He's on to 12 with a 65 for 1 in the 11th, and they don't seem to want to let the Indian spinners just bowl to them here. There's been proactivity in each of the 9 balls that we've seen of spin so far. Played a long way out in front of him. Mays almost chipping the ball to mid wicket. He was fairly close inside the ring.
Oh, that's hurt the wicket keeper, I think.
A better throw there, and there's been a run out. Dawkins was slow to set off. A little bit of indecision between the two England batters there, and the throw was fast and flat but inaccurate.
England would like to avoid any run-outs today. They're 3 towards the crucial period of their chase on Saturday. Pretty much torpedoed their chase of the tall Indian total. 3 run-outs from successive wickets. One of them really unlucky, James Rue, after the bowler just deflected the ball onto his stumps, but the other 2 probably a little bit careless.
Dawkins pushed this to long on for a single to complete the first push pack over. He played in the game here on Saturday, didn't he? Taking 3 for 63. Did you make of make of his display?
He bowled well, and this is you mentioned there that the England batters are being very positive against the spinners. I think the theory from India would be that the England batters obviously using the pace of the seamers off the ball and attacking the faster bowlers, so they're trying to tease the England batters into a mistake against the slower stuff, and so far the England batsmen have really coped well, although Ben Mays almost sent a catch there, didn't he, to short mid-wicket. It is a little bit difficult to see how much the ball is turning, of course, from our angle at deep cover.
Yeah, we do have the replays available, but there weren't many deliveries in the India innings that spun. So Mays is down the wicket again and rotating the strike.
Ralphie Albert bowled superbly, 2 for 24 from 10, but as I think you mentioned, it was a lot of variation, wasn't it? And a lot of intelligent flighting and variation without enormous turn.
Yeah, he was varying his pace. They were in successive deliveries, 10-mile-an-hour difference in terms of the speed of his deliveries. That was where he found his success. The wicket of Chauhan did spin as he tempted him down the wicket, but I can't remember too many other deliveries.
Yes, that was a lovely dismissal, wasn't it? The classic spinners
Classic,
luring
yeah.
him down and stumped the spinner's equivalent of a paceman ripping out the middle stump.
That was a quicker delivery there from Chauhan by the looks of it, and Dawkins on the back foot keeps it out the bottom of his bat. He's on 49 and unable to find that 50th run there as he punches it to short mid-wicket. As someone that didn't see the England innings on Saturday here, Brian, has England's approach been any different? Were they using their feet and being aggressive? Obviously they're chasing a much larger total, but
yeah, the openers actually played really well. Dawkins and Moores, they were positive and they had 100 on the board without loss, and then I remember Frank and I just musing what their strategy would be, whether they just carry on. But I think in hindsight Dawkins and Moores might just have felt they got a little bit giddy, and they both sent out catches to long off when they're actually playing really well, and from that moment on the pressure increased as the wickets fell, but they're in such a good position, aren't they, chasing a relatively small total. They are batting positively, and that of course is a good thing. There's no need to do anything reckless.
as Mays is down the track once more,
They did make a pretty good fist of what was a really tall chase. Rocky Flintoff, of course, made a super century, but when Thomas Rue was run out backing up, that was a hammer blow, and from then on they were under big pressure.
Rue's been so good this series as Dawkins shimmies down the wicket, finds long off on the ground and brings up his 50 from 43 deliveries.
Eight fours and 2 sixes for Ben Dawkins. Now is he going to go on and play the really big innings?
Third successive 50 score here. Hasn't made it out of the 60s though, so it's the first little hurdle for him to overcome. He'll be keen to make sure that he doesn't give away another excellent start. As it's short and he rocks back and hits this for 6 over mid-wicket. Suryavanshi was interested for just a moment, but quickly realised that that ball wasn't catchable and was going over his head. 78 for 1 now, England. Dawkins down the track. One bounce into the hands.
I think you've got a problem here, haven't they? Because the spinners are being plundered. But that mighty pull from Dawkins, it wasn't a good ball though. Pulled down.
That was aerial as it went back past the bowler, but out of his reach, and Dawkins keeps the strike. So I'm going to hand over to Frank Watson.
Worcester Cathedral has just chimed 4 o'clock here in the English Midlands. Warm greetings to everybody listening in India and wherever you are in the world. And at the moment, India series winners, that we know that they're 3-1 up in this series of 5, but they're well on the back foot here. Dawkins again bouncing down the wicket, working it into the leg side for a single.
He's played well, Dawkins. He played well on Saturday. I did say on Saturday, and I hope it isn't disrespecting him. I thought he gave it away a little bit on Saturday. He doesn't need to do that today. Plenty of time. No sign of it. That is a magnificent shot, this time by Mays, using his feet to the spinner and hitting him straight down the ground for 6. And at the moment, as you said, Brian, India have got a problem because England are, well, they're cruising, to be fair. They're cruising at this point.
Yeah, the spinners are going around the ground, and if that continues to be the case, then England are going to win quite comfortably. Chowan none for 17 in his third over, pushback none for 17 after 2. Ambrish 15 from his over.
And they've played really well, these two. Came together and the score was just 6, so they've added 81 now. Make that 85 because Dawkins uses his feet and cracks this one from Chowan away over extra cover. So making light of this run chase at the moment, and if they don't get a wicket in the next 3 or 4 overs, then India are really going to struggle. Chowan bowls this one from about 24 yards, but they still get 2 as the fielding's done by Suryavanshi.
Yeah, not too much animation in the fielders at the moment. They need a spark.
Yeah, they need a wicket. They need something to lift them, as you quite rightly say. They've won the series. Whether that has affected their motivation, I don't know. Possibly. Maybe not even consciously, but just the fact that they know they've tied it up before they even got here this morning. But that's not to detract from this performance by these 2 young English batters, because they've been impressive. Dawkins particularly hits the ball very hard. But Mays has done a good job too, and his 6 down the ground in the previous over, very, very impressive. Suryavanshi just being moved around a little bit straighter on the leg side boundary. This push back coming into the attack at the New Road end, I think. Or is it
Singh?
Singh. Okay, I beg your pardon. Singh replacing Pushpa. His first ball is dispatched by Mays with a nice little reverse sweep, which he's executed several times impressively. So Singh not given any chance to settle. Off spinner, taken off the stumps. Just not a risk anymore, that shot for these guys. They're so good at it, Brian. And he plays it again, this time more deftly. Just a little paddle, reverse paddle rather than sweep. Brings him another couple.
And it's a shot we saw relatively little of from India.
Interesting. Yeah,
when they were plundering on Saturday in the early games, I think that there was over 300 on the board before the first reverse sweep came out.
I wonder why that is. It's an interesting thing to debate, isn't it? Maybe it's a coaching thing. The coaches have actually told these batsmen, we don't want you playing those sort of shots yet. Very prevalent in the English game at the moment. Talking about it yesterday at Northampton during the T20 when several batters played those reverses with great confidence and expertise. And Dawkins plays it again. This time it's a hit. So we've had a reverse sweep, we've had a reverse paddle, and now we've had a switch hit from Mays. He's hit that hard. 1-2 bounces out to the boundary. In the air, but he knew there was no fielder there. He's very good at it.
He is, and it's brought up the 100, and it's introduced another spinner to the attack with a flurry of runs, and India have got to stem this very quickly or this match is going to be away from them.
This time less certain, Mays. Comes down the pitch. Doesn't quite get there. Looks to flick it on the leg side, taken on the pad. The ball lobs out to short fine leg and they go through for a leg bye. Interesting that they favoured the spinners so much in this innings. Bit shorter this time. Easy single for Dawkins. Cruising along these two. Just one short of the 100 partnership now for this second wicket.
Yeah, these two batters playing it beautifully at the moment. True, of course, of chasing just 210 rather than a hefty 360 as in previous games, and for that credit goes to an excellent collective bowling display from England. Ralphie Albert 2 for 24, Alex French 2 for 37, Sebastian Morgan only bowled 6 overs, it was as good as anybody, 1 for 15, Matthew Furbank 1 for 41, Alex Green 1 for 37, Ekansh Singh 1 for 49. Everyone took a wicket and everyone contributed to a really good bowling display, backed up by some solid catching as well.
Yeah, it was good from England today. They were definitely a step up from their performance in the field on Saturday in many ways. The spin experiment is concluded. Deepesh Devendran is back into the attack at the Diglis end. His first ball is tucked away for a single. And the 100 partnership comes up between these two young men.
No slip in, Frank, and I totally understand to a degree why they need to defend, but if they don't take wickets, India will lose. So I would definitely have one in, because
Yeah.
there is a little bit of movement out there.
Yeah, and then we have seen one or two go through there, and that might well have gone to slip had it been hit. It was wide, called wide, but he had a go at it. Yeah, you're right. I think there's an argument for having a slip in, and maybe even a deepish gully, particularly when Dawkins is on strike, because you're quite right, Brian. If they don't get a wicket, we'll be on our way home a little bit early tonight, I think. As Devendran is in again and bowls, and well, Mays does well to reach that one, banged in short, and it almost was a tennis smash. It really was, as he fetched it down from outside off and hit it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Very, very hard one to reach. Push back the fielder. 107 for one then. 104 more needed, and that's good from Devendran, and played defensively nicely by Mays. Lovely, lovely summer's day here at New Road. Blue skies, sunshine. Not as big a crowd as we had this morning when we had a lot of school children in, but the ground looks well. Cathedral imperious as ever on the far side as Devendran bowls, and he's clipped away on the leg side for two by Ben Mays. Good running from these two young men, and England making serene progress towards this fairly modest target of 211.
It's a lovely scene here at Worcester, lacking only perhaps an ice cream van on a day like this.
Yeah. And well, Devendran a little bit unlucky here, because Mays is looking to clip him away on the leg side, and he turns his bat too early and gets a top edge, a leading edge, but it flies safely out square on the offside. They get a run.
Especially earlier in the day when there were hundreds of school children present, an ice cream van might have been quite popular.
Yeah,
I think.
might have been able to have a day off tomorrow if he'd have anticipated that. Maybe he didn't get told they were all going to be here. Still quite a few here on the far side, but several school parties here this morning. Always good to see.
Filling their autograph books. Two of them with the autograph of Frank Watson.
And Brian Halford, that well-known.
They're probably at home now, and the mums and dads are looking at the autograph, and who? A quiet over that, but England won't mind that. They can afford several overs where they just nurdle 3 or 4 runs, because they are so well ahead of the pace here. India,
they are.
They've got to come up with a wicket in the next 2 or 3 overs, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a luxurious position, isn't it, for the England batters to be in. That, you know, if you bowl a good over, I can afford to play a maiden out. There's no scoreboard pressure, as they call it, whatsoever, and they've decided to persevere with Singh with his off spin at the Diglis end. Just the one over so far from him. 11 runs came from it. And Mays, who is on strike in particular, favoured the reverse sweep and a switch hit at one point. And this time he goes for the more, if you can call it more conventional ramp, then I suppose that's a recognition of the fact that this shot has become less than extraordinary. It used to be, but now I call it more conventional than the switch hit. But it's a little ramp shot played on the leg side, very safe, brings him 2. Just a nod to how the game's changing, that terminology there. This one clipped away on the leg side for a single. And it's all very, very, very untroubled at the moment for this pair.
And the last group of school children which you referred to in the last over
has departed.
Just gone.
It's
But it's been great to see them all.
It has, and they were really engaged with it, and lots of them filled their autographs books with the England players that were around in front of us this morning, and it was lovely to see.
This one has been swung away on the leg side and well caught. So the wicket they needed has been gifted to them a little bit, I can't help feeling, by Dawkins, just going for the big hit to the longest part of the ground actually, and he's caught in the deep for 66, and well, he made 67 on Saturday. Played very well on both occasions, and England are in an excellent position, but you know what, there was 100 there for the taking.
Well, as there was,
Dawkins.
indeed, as there was on Saturday, batted really well, did so much hard work, and then sent a catch into the deep. But he has, I'm sure he will be thinking, yeah, there was, I've left some out there, but he has laid a really good foundation for England, as Rocky Flintoff, fresh from a century 2 days ago, goes out to join Ben Mays.
Yeah, well, it was a very, very good innings. Ended with a little bit of a sort of a tame shot, really. But I have to say, a very, very nicely judged catch by Chowan, running back. It was high. It was coming over his shoulder, and I've rarely seen one taken more comfortably than that, because he really did pouch it with a minimum of fuss. I mean, they practice these things every day, but nonetheless, execution in a game is a different matter, and he made it look very, very easy indeed, and it wasn't. Having a drinks break with the wicket going down, 113 for 2. So the run rate required for the remaining 98 is under 3. That's the extent to which England are in a luxurious position, and India, having got that wicket, well, let's be honest, they need 2 or 3 if they're going to put any pressure on the England batters. As Flintoff, who played really well on Saturday for his 100. I always feel for a lad who's got a famous name, following on from his dad, his great exploits in the England colours. Not easy. We've got Archie Vaughan at Somerset, who's also played under 19 cricket, following his father Michael. Sometimes the sons exceed their fathers in terms of their achievements. Look at Stuart Broad, whose father Chris was a very fine county and test cricketer, but Stuart has exceeded expectations. Flintoff will have to be a pretty good player if he's going to do better than his dad. He's off the mark here with a little outside edge down to third man. But I do think, Brian, I always think that it's tough when you've got a famous name to make your way in the game.
Well, I've chatted over the years once or twice to Neil Smith, who's captain, whose dad, of course, was England captain, Warwickshire captain, played for England at cricket and rugby
as well.
union.
Yeah.
And Neil was a very good cricketer.
Yep.
And a really nice guy as well. And but he says honestly, it's hard because
you are son of MJK.
It's always in people's perception, isn't it? Yeah. And they almost look at you in some ways of being son of, rather than yourself in your own.
Absolutely
right.
I think Stuart Broad probably had to deal with that early in his time. Flintoff drives for a single. And it makes it a bit tougher, but I suppose if you get there on your own merits, then all fair play and all credit to you. Brett D'Oliveira, the current Worcestershire captain, of course, the third generation of D'Oliveiras, following his dad Damien and his granddad Basil, after whom the stand away to our right is named, has had that problem. Some people still say he's only in the team because of his name, even though he's now exceeded his father's performances in many ways and has become captain of the county, the first D'Oliveira to do that. But just that in itself shows how hard it is to win over some critics. Chris Cowdrey had a similar problem, I think, didn't he? And his brother Graham. They're probably dozens. Interesting watching Mitchell Killeen come into the Durham setup, son of Neil, recently.
The partnership between Ben Dawkins and Ben Mays was 107 in 13 overs. So that's knocked off half the target. 8 wickets in hand. 95 to win from 33 overs. A walk in the park? Well, you never know with cricket, do you?
You don't. But it should be. It should be, shouldn't it?
Fathers and sons, of course. There is a small thread of them playing together in the same team, and
Yeah.
for half an hour at Derby in 1922, the Quaifs, father and son, for Warwickshire faced the Bestwicks, father and son,
Wow.
for Derbyshire.
Oh, that's good knowledge.
And I think that is unprecedented. And
Yeah, that's great knowledge.
It certainly won't be repeated now, will it? But father and son bowling to father and son.
It used to fascinate me as a youngster. I read about the only occasion, I think it's the only occasion, it'd be difficult to check this, in which a father and son played in the same football team in professional football in England. And it wasn't that long ago. I mean, it was a long time ago. I think it was just before my lifetime, but only just. Any idea?
I didn't realise it had happened in football.
It was David Hurd, who used to play up front for Manchester United, centre forward. A very good centre forward. I think he scored in the 1963 FA Cup final. Didn't play when they won the European Cup, but he played in that side in the 60s. David Hurd played for Arsenal as well, and his father Alex Hurd, who was a Scottish international, and they both played for Stockport County, I think. I'll check it, but it's a distant memory from childhood, but I'm fairly sure that happened, and as far as I'm aware, it's the only time.
I would be surprised if it wasn't. I didn't realise that had happened. In cricket, of course, players certainly in previous eras, went on long enough to maybe play with their sons, but in professional football, that is quite
I'm checking.
a rarity.
Oh, opposing sides, I think. Oh no, hang on. I'm checking now. So Fife-born Manchester City hero Alec Hurd and his son David were on opposite sides of the football divide. The father-son duo also made football history on the last day of the 1950-51 season when they played together for Stockport County. Alec was 39 and David was 17. That's extraordinary, isn't it? And he was only 12 years older. It's amazing. Anyway, it happened. 118 for 2. Well, there's a backstory there, isn't there?
It's a book.
Not sure I want to hear it. Flintoff on 3. Mays on 41. Mays on 42 as he drives this one up to long off. But yeah, that is amazing what you said about Bestwick, and I mean that is just incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of real amazing, engaging quirks about county cricket over the years, isn't there? So perhaps some of that has been lost as it's all become a lot more professional, and the fitness, of course, has improved a great deal, meaning that players can't play until they're 50 as they used to do in county cricket.
Or even more, as Fred Titmus was more than that, wasn't he, when he got recalled by Mike Brearley into the Middlesex side, didn't he? I think he was in his 50s, wasn't he?
spot of fielding there for Vaibhav Suryavanshi. A sedate end to his visit to Worcester. What a series he's had. 355 runs from 203 balls. And everyone that has seen him play during this series at Hove and Northampton and Worcester will be looking out for him very closely, I think. An amazing talent. 14-year-old boy.
Oh, well, there's a big wicket here because Flintoff, who looks suspiciously at the pitch, having been dismissed, was bowled by one from Singh, which just seems to have gone straight through him. Just having a look at the replay now. Yeah, I don't think there was a huge amount of movement. It's nipped back a little bit, but he's just left a bit of a gate, I'm afraid. And having got 100 on Saturday, Flintoff's innings today is ended, and he's bowled by Singh for 4. And those wickets that we were suggesting they need to put a little bit of pressure on are beginning to materialise, and it's 121 for 3.
Yeah, India digging in, sticking in there. Ben Dawkins a little bit rashly giving it away, and then another wicket falls, and all of a sudden India are thinking perhaps there is a chance. But England still need just really one more solid partnership to get them over the line. And here's a young man,
the best batter in the side, one you would hazard, wouldn't you?
Who will be keen to make up for his horrible luck in the last game, run out backing up after a fierce straight drive from Rocky Flintoff was directed onto the stumps, and there's nothing any batter can do about that. And he goes out to join Ben Mays' team in a position of great strength here. Mays batting really well, 43 from 40, and 2 quick fire wickets, but England still need 90 from 31.
And just going back to my finish off the Alec Hurd story, he was 22, wasn't he, when his son was born? Not 12, as I said. Good maths for a cricket, for somebody who's adding up cricket scores all the time. That wasn't very good, but it did happen. The father and son played together for Stockport County. 2 runs here for Mays off the first ball of the next over. The last ball of the over having taken that wicket of Flintoff. 123 for 3. Mays perhaps with a little bit of responsibility now to go on and get a nice little 80 or 90 not out. That should be what's in his mind. But Thomas Root, if he gets going, could take pressure off his partner. Turns this one on the leg side. Bumped into Thomas Root's godfather this morning as I was walking around the grounds. A former colleague of mine from my teaching days at Repton, lives now down in Taunton and is here with Thomas's parents today. And we were discussing it on Saturday. Quite extraordinary for 2 brothers so close in age. We've been talking about families and their connections in sport. Well, Thomas and James Root, both Somerset professional cricketers, both wicket keepers, both outstanding batsmen, one right-handed, one left-handed. Saw James get 100 here for the Lions last year, and get 100 for Somerset against Worcestershire at Taunton earlier this year. I wonder which one will prevail in the end. And nice little slower ball here from Deepesh, just turned on the leg side by Mays. And if both want to keep wicket in their professional careers, one imagines that one of them might have to go somewhere else.
Indeed.
Both very good, with gloves and bat. Deepesh in, bowls, and Mays playing this up to mid-on, and there's no run. I was using the expression, Brian, when I was on with Matthew this morning, that coaches often use, and I'm sure you'll have heard it many times when they talk about a player being well organised. You know, they watch a batter in the net. Well, he looks well organised. What they mean is he knows his game. He knows what he can do. He knows what he can't do. I think Mays, fits that bill for me.
Yeah.
He can play all round the wicket, but his footwork is good. His timing is good. He just seems to have a nice balance at the crease. Waits slightly on the front foot, in behind this, works it away on the onside, and he's played very, very well here for this 45. That's a runner ball, nothing extravagant, hasn't made many mistakes, and has put the bad ball away when it's come along. Just looks very poised.
He does, and there was a little flurry of reverse sweeps, wasn't there, and laps, so he has got that in his armoury as well. But you are right, he does look well organised, and that it's really just the ingredient that will see England to victory from here on in, because they don't need to do anything spectacular now, do they? If they're just well organised and solid for the next half an hour, they'll win this game.
And one assumes that thoughts along those lines are going through the mind of Thomas Root as he takes guard now, as Brian Halford leaves the crease and will be replaced by Matthew Howes, and Root is forward to his first ball and plays it defensively out on the onside. And Rue's off the mark to his second delivery, which is over pitched by Singh outside the off stump and driven wide of long off. They pick up 2 runs quite comfortably. Comfortably ought to be the order of the day as things progress. But in fact, there's an appeal for LBW here as Rue pushes forward, and it's one of those where they get a bit carried away. The wicketkeeper running up the pitch towards the umpire, and the bowler stopping at the end of his follow through and appealing a second time almost. It's hit him outside the line, clearly playing a shot, and despite the desperate pleas of the wicketkeeper, the umpire's decision is absolutely correct on that occasion.
Things have changed a little bit since I was last on, Frank. Dawkins and Mays are on their merry way, but Pushpak with a couple of quick wickets has dragged it back slightly, even if England are still in control here.
Yeah, why I've got Singh written down as the wicket taker, I don't know, but you're right. Pushpak with his leg spin from the new road end has made the difference. Well, made the difference. He's created a little bit of jeopardy, shall we say, that wasn't there before. It shouldn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah, the required rate is just 3 runs and over for England, so not under any scoreboard pressure.
And just going back to that Dawkins dismissal. He made 67 on Saturday and was caught in the deep. Made 66 today and was caught in the deep. And I just felt he was playing so well. There was 100 there for him, really. And it's just, well, probably just a bit of his game that he needs to develop as he grows into his career, to be a bit more ruthless, a bit meaner. Make sure you take it all the way if you possibly can. Played really well, don't get me wrong. In fact, I thought he played exceptionally well, and in a way that's what makes it all the more frustrating.
Yeah, it was an excellent innings. Once he got going, he really did shift through the gears, and there was some excellent stroke making.
And as I said a few minutes ago, we've seen some excellent stroke making from Ben Mays as well, and that's another one there, banged in short outside the off stump. And he absolutely lashed that one off the back foot through the covers.
When we were last on, Frank,
to the boundary.
We were talking about players who look like other players in the way they shape up, and while I was off air I was just sat watching Mays, and not in his stroke making, but just in his setup as he's waiting for the ball to be delivered. Just now, it's very Harry Brook.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
feet shoulder width apart, bat.
Weight forward on
forwards.
that front foot, and he brings up his 50 with that single.
Bat,
Ambush, by the way, is back in the attack.
bat periscoped to the sky, pointing directly upwards. I think that's where the similarities do end, but
Well, he's played really well.
But he has played very nicely.
Played really nicely, I think. Very, very impressed. Been impressed with a lot of the young cricketers I've seen in this game. Flintoff got a lovely 100 on Saturday, and we were talking while you were off air just now about the difficulty of having a very famous father's name. And Mays has hit this one over square leg for 6. Dropped short by Ambush, in fact for 4, 1 bounce for 4, but very, very close to 6. And Mays, having gone to 50, probably the loosest shot that he's played, that, to be fair. It was in the air, wasn't that far away from the fielder. I hope we're not going to see another one get to 50 and then lose concentration, because again, he ought to be thinking about 70 or 80 not out here, I think.
I think that was Rue, actually, his first boundary.
I beg your pardon. I've done him a disservice, haven't I? It is Rue. How could it be anybody else with those shoes on? It's been a long weekend. I've been commentating since Friday morning. It's a long weekend. But you're right, it was Rue. And it was a very Rue type shot, actually, wasn't it? That pull shot. Doesn't mind hitting the ball in the air. Mays having gone to his 50 with a single, of course. So fair play to Mays. He's not going to throw it away. I'm talking nonsense. He's going to get a nice little 18 on out. And he'll be quite happy if Rue takes the bowling on, as he looks like doing. That's 4 more.
It's another pretty poor delivery by Ambush.
It was a poor delivery, and Rue's just got inside it at all the time in the world to pull it away through mid-wicket, just to help yourself, really. As easy as that. But he's a tremendous batsman to watch. I watched quite a bit of footage from his innings earlier in the series, and for a fairly small man, lad, youth, he hits the ball extremely well, as does the man fielding just a few yards in front of us, Suryavanshi, as do so many these days around the game. This one banged in short, Rue lets it go, and as did Kashif Ali in a game that I was watching yesterday when Worcestershire won at Northampton in the T20. Hit some enormous shots, absolutely enormous pull shots. Not the biggest ground in the world, Wantage Road, as you know, Matthew, but these were balls that they weren't just clearing the boundary, and they weren't just clearing the area beyond the boundary, they were clearing the buildings beyond the area beyond the boundary. And the grounds aren't big enough these days to some extent, are they? Although
no, certainly not.
You want to see 6s registered, but they pull the rope in as well these days, as they have here for health and safety reasons, and batsmen are clearing these boundaries with room to spare, and Mays just tucks this one away on the leg side and is quite happy to let Rue face, and that's exactly what he should be doing, in my opinion. Just play the anchor role. Nice little 75-80 not out. Win by 6 or 7 wickets. England will be very happy. Although they have, of course, lost the series. Rue is forward, pushing it on the offside.
Got a big stride in there. I don't think he'll have much going for it.
Having watched 2 of these games and not seen the first 3, India have won the series. I'm going to make a bold statement here, which based entirely on what I've seen, and it's only my opinion, but I think that India have obviously got the outstanding player, as Rue plays a brilliant reverse sweep for 4. India have obviously got the outstanding player in Suryavanshi, who's just standing at the moment about 10 to 12 yards away from us on the boundary. And Malhotra played beautifully for his 100 on Saturday, and there have been some reasonable performances from other players, but in terms of depth, I would suggest perhaps that England have more depth in their side than India.
Well, one thing I would also note, as this ball's hit into cover for no run, is that just going through doing some preparation last night, I haven't gone through and worked out the average ages of both sides, but there are quite a few England players who are 17, not yet 18, whereas their Indian counterparts, there are a few more players who are in that 18 towards 19 years of old. Obviously, Suryavanshi is only 14, and so that'll drag the average
down. Yeah,
brings the average down. But I do think this India side is more experienced than their English counterparts. So
yeah. Well, you know, I'll qualify that. I don't want to appear to be biased one way or the other, but it's just been a joy to watch international cricketers from both countries playing so well, as England end that over on 143 for 3, and India have quite fair and square won the series, and on Saturday I was of the opinion that they were the better side. But just on reflection, when I look at the contributions that have been made by Mays, by Dawkins, by Flintoff, by Rue, by Moores in this pair of games that I've seen, and by Morgan, Minto, who's already played quite a bit for Durham, by French, who bowled particularly well today. I'm just thinking I'm bringing into the equation more names and a greater number of names, if that makes sense, than if I look at the outstanding performances in the Indian side, which have tended to be done by 3 or 4 people, I think. But they're both two very good sides. India have won the series, you can't argue with that. As there's a change in the bowling at the Diglis end, and
looks like Guha
it's
again,
Guha
I think.
again, yeah, 143 for 3, and I think it's a fair bet that at some point in the next 7 or 8 years we're going to see 4 or 5 of these young men featuring in Test cricket, or certainly in the England setup there'll be regular county players from this crop.
For sure, I'll expect to see the likes of Rue and Flintoff, probably a vast majority of this England side actually playing in the one day cup for their counties, and then see where they go from there. Of course, Flintoff's already played a handful of first class games for Lancashire at the back end of last year.
Played here against Worcestershire.
Rue has featured in, I think, 3 or 4 T20s this year for Somerset, who have obviously a high quality side with plenty of talent in their lineup.
Gosh, are they?
Oof.
Says the man who watched Tom Banton get a 100 at Taunton this year.
But Worcestershire did salvage a
draw
out of that game. Waite and D'Oliveira batted so excellently on that in that first match of the county championship season. When
it was like a win, really, I suppose, to bat.
Came down to the final pair.
Yeah.
Was it Hinley batting at the end there, the number 11?
Played very well, yeah. Mays plays that nicely up to even that shot, just a push up to mid-on, but just timed so nicely and hit so cleanly.
The players that have spent the most time at the wicket, no one's really come out here and from ball one been able to
No, they haven't.
To strike the ball cleanly.
Not even Suryavanshi was able to do that. Nicely played by Mays. This one banged in short by Guha. He just fetches it round, rolls his wrists on top of it. So many people listening and watching in India. I'm going to give a shout out to Uday Kaul, whose brother Siddharth Kaul played a bit of one-day international stuff for India, played for Northants a little bit last year. Uday, I think, now retired from playing at the top level, played for Punjab, but came here to Worcester for 4 or 5 seasons a few years ago, and was professional for Ombersley Cricket Club up the road when I was coaching them, and did a great job. Great to get to know him and work with him and throw balls at him, which I did for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and keeping him in good nick. Uday, don't know if you or any of the family or any of your friends are listening, but if they are, a very good afternoon to you, and I hope you're well. And it was good to see your brother Siddharth playing a bit for Northants last year. It was just a brief appearance, but I know Uday's still very much involved as a coach these days, and he was a tremendous professional for Ombersley Cricket Club here, and enjoyed a little 3 or 4 years in Worcester. Changing the bowling, I think Singh is back this time at the New Road end, and Mays is on the walk, and no, it's not, it's still pushed back, I beg your pardon, it is still pushed back. On the walk, Mays is chipping him over the bowler's head for a single.
Yeah, push back bowling, a few warm-up deliveries to one of his fielders in the ring there, giving the impression of a change of bowling, but he's continuing with his leg spin.
Rue gets a bit lucky here, just takes one hand off the bat as he goes to drive it away on the offside, and it just runs away off the face, spinning away behind square on the leg side for 1, 2 in fact, he's back for 2. 147 for 3 then. England just need another 64 to win. As Rue drives this one out into the covers and takes one more.
The biggest difference between these two sides so far, I'd say, is England's, while they did bowl quite a few extras and India have only bowled 3 so far, England were much more disciplined with their bowling lines and lengths and able to stick in those areas for as long as possible, as this sweep by Mays beats the diving Vaibhav Suryavanshi. You probably feel like he should have done better there. Made good ground running to his right, but was unable to keep the ball inside the boundary rope. Mays picks up another 4. England 150 comes up. 152 for 3. 2 balls shy of halfway in terms of overs in this chase. They're already well on their way to their victory target.
Again, nice use of the feet from Mays there, just going back. It's not a scoring shot, but on the back foot, plenty of time, and just
search on Flipkart.
And the England batters have really used the depth of the crease and used their feet to the spinners really well. I know we only saw 10 overs of spin in the India innings, but India played it much more from the crease than England have, as that bouncer goes over the head of Rue and has been signalled a wide.
on height.
On height, very much. And they've been over the head of any of the England players, even if Rue isn't the tallest man. He's a busy player, isn't Rue? He's faced 19 deliveries.
Typical keeper, isn't he?
19 deliveries so far. He's already scored 17 runs. Looked to be proactive. We've seen sweeps, we've seen reverse sweeps. He seems happy to take on the short ball as well. He's not a player I've seen lots of. I've seen plenty of his name in scorecards. This is my first time seeing him, and he's driven that one square.
His brother is also outstandingly talented.
Yeah, he's taken to county cricket very well, hasn't he? Was captaining the England Lions side recently as well.
Played here for the Lions last year. I think he got 100 actually for the Lions here last year. Certainly got 100 at Taunton in that game when Tom Banton got 300.
Mays shuffles down the wicket there, a couple of steps.
But yeah, well, you've got brothers, Matthew. You can imagine what sort of a dilemma is going to occur in the Roux family when they're both bidding for that keeping and batting spot at Taunton. And there'll be a few other counties keeping an eye on the situation to see if one of them becomes available, I think, because they can't both bat and keep wicket. And you've got Tom Banton, who also keeps occasionally with the gloves on in white ball cricket, and you've got Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who also can keep wicket, who skippered them in the T20 yesterday, I noticed, as Mace swings this one away for a single.
Abundance of keepers down there.
Absolutely. An abundance of talent.
That too.
They've got to start. I think the faithful down there in the West Country think they've got to start bringing home the silverware. Too often the bridesmaid and not enough the bride. Somerset, I think, in recent years. Not obviously not that long since they won the Blast, but
beaten finalists last year as well against local rivals Gloucestershire.
Unexpectedly, I think. Roux square drives for another single. It's the championship they really want, isn't it? I think down at.
That's true.
Not only them, but particularly, if we're honest, I think there are only a few counties that realistically can win the championship, and Somerset have been so close.
Yeah, they're lurking in the background of Division 1 currently. Surrey top by a point over Nottinghamshire. Sussex in third, and then I think Somerset fourth, a few points behind them. They've not had the best start, but found form in the last few rounds of the Red Bull game. And
a bit inconsistent, I think, probably is the real bugbear. They've got all the ingredients, haven't they? They need to put together a championship push, or push in any competition actually, but just maybe a bit inconsistent. We're going to have a little break, I think, while somebody gets some new gloves.
So James Roux getting a change of gloves there.
161 for 3. So just 50 more needed.
India needs something to happen.
Not changing his gloves.
Happen quickly. If India are going to win this game, they need to find a way.
Hat trick.
Need to find a way to break this partnership, and the very expensive Ambrish is coming back on. 2 overs for 28 so far.
Changing ends.
He's bowled an over from each end so far, and he's back to the new road end. He was the standout player with the bat for India, but so far today. He has been very wayward with the ball. Too many deliveries that are easy to hit for boundaries.
Not this one though. Nice straight one on length. Mays pushes out on the offside, but absolutely no pressure whatsoever on these England batsmen.
The early scoring of Ben Dawkins and Mays in partnership together has really taken a lot of the jeopardy out of this for England. There's very little pressure out there.
And even less now, as Mays has cut that one away down to wide third man, just for a single. Brings Roux onto strike, the captain. I thought he did a good job today as captain, particularly with his rotating his bowlers. Not to say they didn't do a good job in the previous games, but it's hard work being a captain and a wicket keeper. Throws his hands at that one, bit close to him to cut. Plays a shot again after it's gone by. This time in his mind he gets the middle on it and it races away for 4, but it didn't. Through to the keeper.
It's a dot ball, but I wouldn't say that was the best delivery with the field set as it is. There's a man back on the cover boundary. There is a man down at third and the backward point, but
and that's a wide signal by the square leg umpire to the bowling umpire, having seen it go over the batsman's head. So Ambrish continues to be a little bit indisciplined, shall we say, in his bowling, trying to hit the deck quite hard and not of any great pace. I think Roux was always going to take it on, but he couldn't even reach it. So one more onto the total, and this one just steered down on the offside, and there's no run on this occasion. So what have we got? They need
48.
48, so just a leisurely stroll, you would think, towards it in the next hour or so. And it's been a very routine game of cricket as far as England are concerned at the moment, you would suggest, as Roux pushes this out on the offside. That said, they've earned the right to go about things in this way with their excellent performance in the first half.
Talk about the lack of pressure. That's sort of the perfect example of that. Ambrish does bowl a decent enough delivery, and because he's been so loose so far, the man's back on the boundary and it's just an easy single. Dot balls aren't going to get this done for India as Mays takes on this short ball, finds the boundary once more. It wasn't the cleanest contact, but it was enough to get it over the man inside the ring, and on this parched outfield it raced away for 4.
Mays goes to 68 at the end of the over, and they continue on this stroll towards victory. And I'm going to make way for Brian Halford to come in alongside you, Matthew, and he could just, maybe Brian just do 15-20 minutes, see how it's going, and then I know he's got other duties to attend to.
Yeah, England are 168 for 3 at the end of 27, as it looks like Guha is back from the Diglis end, and he's continuing with the short ball ploy. This was head high to Thomas Roux, and top edge, but it evades the 2 fielders out there behind the square on the leg side, looking for that top edged hook. Brian, we saw England have success by just being disciplined and bowling line and length. And I think that horse has bolted for India, but they just didn't do that for long enough.
That's right, and as the pressure grows, sometimes you try more and more things and chase wickets, don't you, instead of deviating from what often gets the wickets, which is just bowling top of off and frustrating the batter. And the more you tend to try an experiment, the more things can go wrong. But all credit to England. There was just a glimmer of hope for India, wasn't there, when Dawkins and Flintoff fell in quick succession, but Mays and Roux have played it very solidly.
Yeah, these two have put on, well, with that single turned off Roux's hip, they've put on 50 together. And it's been fairly easy, chanceless partnership.
Roux has got the ability of there's something about high class batsmen, they accumulate runs, don't they, even without seeming to do anything. They just gather runs skillfully.
They do. The ball always seems to be in a gap as well.
Yeah. Roux has got plenty of expansive and attractive shots, we all know that, but he doesn't need to play them all the time, does he? He just works the gap and works the ball around and just bats very skillfully.
Yeah, England's still going along at 6.2 and over without having to resort to aggressive stroke making. They've just bided their time, and India have bowled the bad ball. That was a slower delivery, I think, by Guha. It's negotiated by Mays.
Yeah, the Indian spinners, I think if there was a key phase of this innings, it was when India turned to spin and Mays and Dawkins were instantly aggressive.
Yeah, it was that first Ambrish over where Dawkins scored 15, and then India turned to the spinners as this is uppercut over the keeper for 4 by Mays. It was a well-directed bouncer, but he swayed inside the line of it, kept his eyes focused on the ball. It was beautifully played.
Yes, Ambrish went for 15 in his first over. He's gone for 35 in 3. Chowan 24 from 3. Pushback has got a couple of wickets, but still gone for 45 in 7, and Singh done for 11. Mays on 73, Matt, 27 short of a century, and England need 36. you know what I'm saying, but I'm sure they'll just try and win the game, won't they? And if he happens to hog most of the remaining runs, then happy days.
Yeah, this is where, if you were focused on personal milestones, you don't want to be batting with someone like James Roux, who
That's right.
manages to turn the score over pretty quickly. He was unable to do anything with that delivery, though. Back of a length and looking to pull it into the leg side where there are 2 fielders stationed.
I'm sure Ben Mays will be more than happy if he walks off with an unbeaten something, even if it's not 100. If he's seen his game, seen his side to victory. That's a gorgeous shot from Roux, which eats away at the runs required.
Yeah, it was a beautiful push, just timed. There was no venom in the shot. It was just pure timing and placement. The fielder mid-off couldn't get round. And Roux just continues to score freely. 26 now from 28 balls. I'm excited to see how he's going to perform for the rest of this season, because there's a very talented young player there.
Yes, England have lost the series, but both sides clearly have abundant young talent coming through, and I'm sure everyone that has witnessed any of these games, Hove, Northampton and here at Worcester, will be monitoring young players from both these sides. See how their careers evolve, how quickly they evolve.
It's a little bit loose there by Mays. Trying to run that ball backward of point. You notice how much of a difference the school children that were in earlier made. That hum around the ground has faded as we're past 5 o'clock now.
Raga by Titan.
Got taken to cricket for a school trip. It was always some cruddy old museum, or it was never anything remotely sporting. Now, there's 4 more there, slightly streaky this time from Ben Mays.
Yeah,
But,
throws his hand through it.
A day at the cricket for a school trip. Yes, I think I could have handled that.
Yeah, I do. We never got to go to the cricket. There were plenty of trips to museums. Castle Museum in Norwich was one I remember going to a few times.
Yeah.
For anyone that knows that part of the world.
Which is a gorgeous place, and I've subsequently been there as an adult several times and really enjoyed it. But as a schoolboy, I think I'd have plumped for cricket.
Yeah, certainly.
184 for 3, 27 short of victory, England, and they're making very short work of this always attractive target, but they still needed to bat well against an India side which has bowled well in this series, perhaps not as well today as in other games, but India are going to have to come up with something pretty spectacular now if this series isn't going to head 3-2 to them instead of 4-1.
That's Rue reverse sweeps, and this one's going to run away for 4 runs as well. Any thoughts Mays might have had of 100 of vanishing here as the England captain continues to score freely. We were talking at the end of the India innings and at the start of this England reply that it might be a challenging total. Well, it shows that we know absolutely nothing, as Rue's down the track a couple of steps and has belted this into the Basil D'Oliveira stand for 6 runs. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but didn't matter, still went through with a stroke anyway, and Pushpack's been greeted to this latest spell 4 and 6.
Well, before that delivery there were 23 required to win, and Mays required 23 for his century, so I think that's fairly emphatically ended that argument.
I think
a glorious shot from Rue.
Thomas Rue's looking at, I need 13 to get to my 50, forget your 100, as he gets on one knee and paddle scoops this through fine leg for another couple. I've been so impressed with the way that England have played the Indian spinners. Pushpack is in his 8th over as Rue gets down on one knee and sweeps this for 4 more. So he's 4 balls into his 8th over, 2 for 60 as the 200 comes up now. Just 11 more for victory. There are 21 overs remaining. We are not going to need those, as England are racing towards their victory target. Pushpack in again. This is driven square powerfully, and the fielder gets down. That was well watched. That was almost through him and 4 more runs. That is short and smacked. One bounce for 4 through mid-wicket. Roux has put his foot on the accelerator there. He moves to 47 from 35. England just 7 away from victory. That was not a great delivery.
It wasn't, and it was severely punished. And just there's always what might have been in cricket, of course. India won the series, deservedly so. They've played some super cricket, but what might have been might just reflect on Saturday when Thomas Roux and Rocky Flintoff were ticking along nicely, added 60 in pursuit of a tall target.
I mentioned that his godfather was here. I just said to him, what was the cricket like in the Roux back garden? And he said, competitive. I bet it was. I bet it was.
Well, I can say the cricket in the back garden of the Howes household was also fairly competitive, but not to the same standards.
Well, there you go. He's just whacked another one. Mays this time, short and pulled away. They've absolutely cruised it here. England, they're going to win this game with room to spare. And an outstanding performance from them. They've lost the series. It's going to be 3-2. But very, very encouraging performance today. And they're just 2 away now from wrapping up a 7-wicket win.
I was just saying to Brian, Frank, that we thought this might be a stern test for England to chase these runs, and they've made us look fairly silly with how Dawkins, Mays and Roux have played.
Did somebody say something about being envious that his school never sent him to cricket for a day? Was it you, Brian? I had a lovely message from Glyn Berrington. He said, Frank Watson, I think, saying he was envious his school never sent him to cricket for the day. It was Brian Halford, but it doesn't matter. I thought the same thing, he said. Rugeley Power Station and Gilpin's Iron Foundry and Cannock for me.
As Roux nudged another single there to bring the scores level. And the fielders wander into the ring for the last rites of this game.
Thanks for that, Glyn Barrington. Brilliant. That's made us laugh. Lovely stuff. Good performance by England. Been good to watch. And Mays, 82 not out. I said a nice little 70 or 80 is what he should be looking for, and he's done a great job. Really, really good innings from Ben Mays. 11 fours, 1 6, 82 not out off 75 balls. England on the cusp.
Looks like we're getting a bowling change as well.
Just to delay it. It's been great to have so many of you with us on the live stream here today at Worcester. Feel free to subscribe, of course, to the Worcestershire County Cricket Club live stream if you'd like to do so. At one point we had over 20,000 of you watching today. It's a little bit after one particular wicket fell this morning. And there it is, the winning run from the England captain, Thomas Roux. So he finishes on 49 not out, Mays 82 not out, Dawkins out for 66, Moores for 5 and Flintoff for 4. England the winners by 7 wickets in 31.1 overs. And this after India under 19s were 210 for 9 in their 50 overs earlier today. Ambrish the top scorer with 66. 2 wickets for French, 1 for Furbank, 1 for Morgan, 1 for Green, 1 for Singh and 2 for Ralphie Albert in the Indian innings. England losing just 3 wickets. Pushpak took 2 of them, Devendran took 1, but
An excellent 66 from Dawkins started them off, and Mays saw them through with 82 not out. Thomas Roof 48 not out. England win by 7 wickets. India, however, have taken the series 3-2. It's been a joy to commentate on this game. It's been great to have you with us. My sincere thanks to my colleagues Brian Halford and Matthew Howes, both of whom will be featuring again, we hope, on the Worcestershire website during the One Day Cup later this season. And until then, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you very much for being with us. Good, mate. Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
featuring in this game. As Matre, who struggled a bit on Saturday, is looking to smash that one away, doesn't get hold of it. And when we saw him close up, as you said on Saturday, Brian, he was fielding on the boundary just in front of us. You know, he looks 14. I mean, he really does look younger than the other boys here. But when you see him out there in the middle, he bats with such incredible authority. Incredible's the word, I suppose. It's just hard to believe that such a young boy can be such a mature batter. Ooh, we've got the first wicket. Matre's given it away, really. Chipped it up on the onside. Might just have stopped time a little bit, but I don't think he's really given himself time to get in on this pitch. And a bit like on Saturday, he's a little bit too eager, and he's just chipped that one up in the air to mid-on. Hasn't really hit it at all. And first wicket for England is celebrated with great enthusiasm. So Furbank strikes, Matre has gone for one, and India are 6 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, it's been an unproductive series for Matre. His colleagues have enjoyed themselves to varying degrees, but he's had a tough series, including a golden duck, 5 on Saturday, and one today. So he trudges back to the pavilion.
Bean Burrito and creamy aloo panini.
Can England follow that up? There was a little bit of movement in the first half an hour, wasn't there, on Saturday, Frank? India have decided to bat first, so they clearly think it's a good enough pitch to make hay on if they can just get through the opening overs when there's still a bit of shine on the new ball. But that's one down, and if England can just strike one or two more blows, including, of course, the main one, Suryavanshi, although let's not forget how well Malhotra, the new batsman, he's also scored a brilliant century.
He did, a very different one, but a really superb innings. Anyway, he's on strike now, first ball for him from Furbank, and he's off the mark. Very watchfully steering that down to third man nicely. He batted with great poise, didn't he, on Saturday? We thought Malhotra. He was very happy to give Suryavanshi the Lions' share of their partnership, but once Suryavanshi had gone, he sort of nursed the rest of the order through, and I just thought it was, one innings was precocious, the other was very mature.
It was some very high class, exquisitely timed shots from Malhotra, wasn't there? And I think on any other day that innings would have towered over everything else. His century itself was a thing of beauty.
Furbank bowls, and Suryavanshi just steers it down for a single on the offside. And that's the end of the over, and he's kept the strike. So 2 overs gone. 8 for 1 the India under-19 score.
One thing that was noticeable on Saturday, Frank, of course, that we mentioned was how often Suryavanshi attacked the first ball of an over, and particularly the first ball of a spell. When a bowler came on, he sought to assert himself really quickly, and quite often the first ball disappeared over the bowler's head.
Yeah.
which the conviction and the assertiveness for a young man of 14 is incredible, isn't it?
It is one of the things which makes it so interesting to watch him. That wasn't the prettiest of shots. Gets a single off an inside edge really, but again looking to hit it with great power, incredibly fast hands. And that means that when he even just gets, doesn't hit it in the middle, he was picking up boundaries on Saturday. And well, it'll probably be a while, Brian, before we see him back again in the flesh. So let's make the most of it, because I thoroughly enjoyed it on Saturday, and I hope that he makes runs again today, because it is very special. But I also, as we said, I think both of us agreed, we both very much enjoyed watching this young man as well, Malhotra, who takes guard now. Tall left-hander, and we're back where we were on Saturday with these two together. Well, we're not, because French has got him. Well bowled, Alex French. Nipped away, I think, from Malhotra. He had to play at it. Little nick, and Thomas Roux behind the stumps completes the job. So good start for England, and Malhotra very, very good.